Calling the horses onto the track for race 2 is bugler J. Elsmore. Post parade presented by Kentuckiana Farm. Number 1, Town Line Shady Boy, owned by Mary Alice and Tom T. Tetrick, who also trains. Jordan Ross drives. 2 is Arrival, owned by Jessica Smith, trained by Randy Smith. John DeLong is the driver. 3 is Secret Threat, owned by Justin Lloyd and Scott Tyler George. Tyler George is the trainer, Trace Tetrick the driver. 4, Rogers Image, owned by JP Racing and Joseph Putnam. Joe Putnam trains, Joey Putnam drives. 5, Madeline's Blackjack, owned by Jeff Vogt Racing and Brian Carsey. Walter Haynes Jr. is the trainer, Dexter Dunn is the driver. 6 is True Blue Lindy, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver. Jeff Culliver the trainer, Todd McCarthy drives. 7, Peakson, owned by Trent Stoller Stable, Tim Graber and Lacey Wyant. Trent Stoller is the trainer, Marvin Luna the driver. 8, Quick and Shady, owned by Heather Hames, trained by Terry Hames. The driver is LaWayne Miller. 9, McThriller, owned by John Bernard, trained by Katricia Adams with Scott Zeron. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 4 minutes to post.
Welcome, everyone, to Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Emily Gaskin, very excited to be joined alongside Chad Rosema for the very first time tonight.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you and I have known of each other and have chatted in the past, but until yesterday, we had never met in person. So excited to be alongside you and the rest of the team.
And, of course, down for Breeders' Crown festivities. But your first trip to Harris Hoosier Park, first impressions, how do you like Harris Hoosier Park?
I love the area in general, but it was a great drive. I decided to drive down. It was a great drive, but an awesome facility. And, I mean, I had heard from the previous Breeders' Crowns, you guys just put on a great show, and I'm seeing this. I mean, a great show, great crowd, great turnout, and Mother Nature's helping.
Finally, and I said that a little bit on the pre-race show. She owed us one the first 2 years. We had a little bit of dicey weather, but very excited, of course, to have some wonderful weather alongside some great racing action. 2 phenomenal nights, of course. Chad, you no stranger to the Breeders' Crown, and they say it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, but it truly does.
I mean, it does. It's your Super Bowl, right? That's exactly what it is. You know, the thoroughbreds, as we know of, they have their Breeders' Cup, and that is what it comes down to, and that's what you work towards getting to. And it's just such a prestigious honor for anybody to win that. And it from every facet of the game, whether you're a driver, a breeder, an owner, trainer, whatever it may be, it's just such a big thrill.
It really is, and we touched a little bit about it on the pre-race show. You know, what an honor to be racing on a card like tonight. It takes such work, and I said that a little earlier on the week. I think that is what is so cool about the Breeders' Crown. You know, you talk to people, you talk to these drivers, they win multiple Breeders' Crowns, but the Breeders' Crown are those races that stick out in your mind. Dreams are going to come true tonight. Even so much as a groom and these horses, they will pencil their legacy into harness racing history tonight.
And I mean, you know, there's richer races that can be won, and some of the horses in the Breeders' Crown over the next couple of nights have won richer races, and they're going to go for tonight. But it's that prestige, and it's, you know, as we know, it's sale time for the yearlings. When the sale guy can read pedigrees that say won a Breeders' Crown, it's just such an honor.
It really is. And speaking of won a Breeders' Crown, a nice transition right here into this evening's second race. A horse, an Indiana sired horse that won a Breeders' Crown. This is the Freaky Feet Pete. This is a condition pace, purse of $20,000. We've got a field of 9 set to go postward, Chad. No scratches or changes to report. And we do have exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. And right now, 2 to 5 favoritism on my lock of the night. That's Secret Threat.
And I'm sure you're hoping the price comes up a little bit higher than this. And I think it will, because I think, you know, Dexter Dunn, back aboard Madeline's Blackjack, who I ended up going with some post relief. I think this is an overall easier spot. I think this one's got a shot to take maybe some more money than 6 to 1. Even True Blue Lindy, you know, for color, for another one, you know, Todd McCarthy in town and gets, you know, obviously to drive to. I just feel like these horses have to take some support. But, you know, last night there was such a front-end bias because of the wind in their face down the lane. It's not, I wouldn't say it's as stiff, as strong as it was last night. And the first race, we can't really judge it by that because Renegade Gypsy, I think, was just simply that much the best. But
Agreed.
did have a trip where he got involved early and then able to just kind of control it. But I still think you're just going to want to be involved early on, and Secret Threat does that, so I expect him to be right in the thick of things. I think Madeline's Blackjack is going to be put into play, and I think True Blue Lindy. I could see these being the first three hitting the opening turn.
Yeah, True Blue Lindy is one of those horses that I think needs some attention. A winner of 410,000, had quite a bit of success early on in his career in the Pennsylvania Sire Stakes. Team Collifer here, again, one of our leading outfits here at Harris Hoosier Park, and as you said, Todd McCarthy hopping aboard tonight. He's certainly going to mix things up, and just like you said, you've got these conditioned horses, regular pilots behind him. Sometimes it just takes a fresh set of hands, and I think that's exactly what you could have with Todd McCarthy, and you're getting a decent price right now at a 5-1. So, although Secret Threat is my lock of the night, you certainly don't have to settle for a short price.
And we see that all the time at Mohawk in years past, whether it's a Breeders' Crown night or just another big stakes night, and guys come in from out of town. They pick up drives on the overnights, and it's right. Whether it's just that driver fits that horse a little bit better than the previous guy did, it just seems to work. So you do have to look for those kind of angles here. But again, as much as I predicted that maybe Secret Threat would float up a bit, there's going to need to be some late money pouring in somewhere, because right now I'm way off, because 1-5 he just continues to be. I'm just not sure he's 1-5 the best, but I know you love him.
Yeah, I really do. Like I said, a high percentage combination here as far as the trainer driver is concerned, and it's just one of those spots. I think they were pointing him for this spot. He's just getting rolling. He only had 7 starts last year, 7 starts on the season this year, and like I said, they picked their spots with this horse, and I think this is the spot that they're aiming to launch him here. But you talked a little bit earlier about the track bias. I think that is something worth noting as we head into these Breeders' Crown races. We talk about Hoosier Park being, a little bit of an acquired taste, and so as we get into these early condition races, I think certainly worth paying attention to as far as how the racetrack is playing.
Well, and also for guys, I mean, most of these guys have driven here, but not a ton.
Yeah.
And when I'm reading through all these Breeders' Crown notes, one of the common things that keeps coming up is, obviously we know you've got the longest stretch in harness racing, but it's about timing. It's, you don't need to tip right off that last turn. You could tip halfway down the lane, because you still have quite a bit of ground to cover. It's about timing it, and more and more experience for these guys is going to help out. So I think even some of these races here for guys like Dexter and Todd, sure, they win a ton of races, but I think it's important to get off to a good start.
Agreed, completely. And we've seen that so many times. Guys like Dexter Dunn, David Miller on Breeders' Crown nights, like I said, get off to a hot start and just keep it rolling right into the Breeders' Crown races. Like you said, just like anything else, very important to get off to a good start. Similar on the wagering side of things. Chad, I know you said you're going to go with the 5. I'll take 3, 6, 7, and 5. You're going to go 5, 3, 6, and 4 in here. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
Starting gate is now moving for race 2. 3-5 on Secret Threat. 4-1 on Madeline's Blackjack. Here they come. They are off. Quick start for Rogers Image. Arrival at the inside. Madeline's Blackjack moves up, as does Peakson. Next is Townline Shady Boy, then Secret Threat with True Blue Lindy. McThriller is 4 wide, and Quick and Shady, the early trailer. Field on that first turn, and the leader is Madeline's Blackjack. Dexter Dunn has that one in front after a quarter of 27 and 3. Second is Rogers Image. Arrival is next, third. Then after that, Peakson with Townline Shady Boy. Secret Threat is racing 6th. 7th is True Blue Lindy. Then Quick and Shady and McThriller is last of the 9 as they approach the half-mile pole. Still showing the way, Madeline's Blackjack. Rogers Image right there second. as they hit the half in 55-4, 28-1 for the second quarter. Madeline's Blackjack in front. Rogers Image is second. Arrival follows in third with Peakson. Then to the outside, Townline Shady Boy. Secret Threat is next. Moving wide to the turn is True Blue Lindy. And Quick and Shady and McThriller still the last two. Madeline's Blackjack now has opened up a 3-length lead as they approach the top of the stretch. Rogers Image is second. Arrival third. 3/4 up, 123-1. Into the stretch, Madeline's Blackjack in front. Rogers Image, Arrival trying to move through on the inside, and then Peakson. Down toward the inside is Secret Threat, who has some work to do at this point. Madeline's Blackjack in front. Arrival down on the inside of Rogers Image, then Peakson. It's Madeline's Blackjack and Dexter Dunn, and they are home free. Rogers Image second, Arrival third, then Peakson, 151-1. Number 5, Madeline's Blackjack posted first. Number 4, Rogers Image second. Number 2, Arrival third. Number 7, Peakson fourth. 5, 4, 2, 7 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, number 5, Madeline's Blackjack. Owned by Jeff Vogt Racing and Brian Carsey. Walter Haynes Jr. is the trainer. Dexter Dunn the driver. Breeders Mark and Maynard Bontrager. Race 2 results official. Madeline's Blackjack pays $7.40 for the victory in race 2. 20-cent superfecta, $433.94. The $2 double, $1, $5, $18. $2 exacta, $92.40. 50-cent trifecta, $216.05. Time for race 2, 151-1. Townline Shady Boy 6th, Arrival 3rd, Secret Threat 8th, Rogers Image 2nd, Madeline's Blackjack the winner, True Blue Lindy 5th, Peakson 4th, Quick and Shady 7th, McThriller 9th. Top down 638 215 479. Race 3 is next. First leg of the 50-cent pick 4 on races 3, 4, 5, and 6. Scratch number 9, Velocity Lady. A field of 9 pacing 1 mile, 13 minutes to post.
Doesn't get much better, does it, than being in all 12 Breeders' Crown races? Yannick Gingras will have that this weekend. Let's concentrate on Friday first, though. Let's go to the 10th race, Yannick. Senorita Palima. What about that?
Yeah, I don't know much about her. I talked to Aki last week. He was happy with her elimination. Of course, with the draw now a little bit up against it, so we'll take a look behind the gate and see what happened. But no, it's definitely a tough spot.
Yannick's the only driver to win 5 Breeders' Crowns in Indiana. 11th race, number 7, Captain Luke.
He's got a lot of ability. When I raced him in the Metro Final in Canada, when I got out of the hole, I thought he was a winner. And he just needs to learn how to race and learns to go in the stretch. And last week he looked like it was the same way for Andrew. Looked like he had all kinds of pace, and then he got by the leader. And just like that last horse, maybe he's a little bit his nemesis. But the horse has a lot of ability, and he definitely can go with these horses.
Okay, let's go to the 12th race. Philly's pass line. It was impressive last week.
She was, but honestly, I think she's even better than that. She's better following. I think when she's at the target, I'd love to, live cover or a close-up trip where she's. No, I don't have to use her till the 8 pole. I think she's got a crazy burst of speed at that point.
And then 13th race, maybe the race most people are looking forward to. We have the TCI and Carl matchup here. You've got post 1 with Carl. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm a lot happier after seeing a video of him and watching him this week. He looked tremendous yesterday. I saw a video of him jogging. It really made me happy. Like last week, he was definitely not himself. I mean, he won, and he won really easy. But I think everybody's seen it. I seen it. I don't think he was at his he was at his best. But yesterday, he looked unbelievable, and I'm looking forward to racing him tonight.
Take us back to the first time you sat behind Carl. What was your thought process?
Oh, I mean, I qualified him in 54, quarter, and 26, and sat in the whole 2-finger. I pulled him in the stretch. He knew what to do. He was already a pro. I was really impressed, and I thought if he stayed healthy and everything was good, he'd have a really good year, and so far so good.
Now, who's home watching back in Canada, the Breeders' Crown this weekend? Everybody?
Oh, yeah, there'll be definitely. My dad's watching for sure. My mom is watching. But there's also a lot of fans in Quebec still. The racing is not as good as it used to be, but people in Quebec still love horse racing.
Good luck this weekend, Yannick.
Thank you very much, Bob.
It's still Temporal Hanover. Temporal Hanover will take the field by 3 parts of a length.
You know, you do. Takes the Peter Houghton Memorial. Sharton, a repeater in the Lady Liberty, a world record performance.
Lion Sentinel wins off a ground-saving trip. In the She's a Great Lady, and she has set the stakes track and Canadian record tonight, the fastest freshman filly.
Only the best horses become part of the Country Lane Standard Breds lineage. There is pride in marrying the nature of exceptional bloodlines with the nurturing of our own hands. Every one of Country Lane Standard Breds horses is specially chosen to follow in the footsteps of winners. These horses are family. We personally own our mares and stallions. They are given personal care and affection. Our lineage goes on to race with the best.
Parade marshals Rachel Leonard and Christina Smith bringing the horses onto the track for race 3. Number 1, Babes Darla, owned by Hartley Farms, trained by Carl Newland, and the driver is Jordan Ross. Number 2, Odds On Cinnamon, owned by Odds On Racing. Virgil Morgan Jr. is the trainer, and Dexter Dunn drives. 3, Uncut Gem, the owner Thurl Hensley, the trainer Randy Chrysler, with Marv and Luna. 4, Paperback Thriller, owned by Thurl Hensley, trained by Randy Chrysler, who also drives. 5 is Nature's Miracle, owned by East Racing Stable. Don East trains, Brad Ferguson drives. 6, Rockin' Nola, owned by JP Racing and Sutton's Bay Racing. Joe Putnam is the trainer and Joey Putnam the driver. 7, Chase U, owned by TG Stable. Tyler George trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 8 is Northern Storm, owned by Kirk Nichols, Levi Bontrager, and Hickory Hollow Stables. Jason Brewer trains, LaWayne Miller drives. Scratch number 9. Number 10 is Marvelous Marcia. Owners William C. and William P. DeLong. Tabitha DeLong trains, John DeLong drives. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile. First leg of the pick 4 on races 3, 4, 5, and 6. 4 minutes to post.
Emily Gaskin joined alongside Chad Rosemo one more time. Well, another time. We've got a few times left on the evening's 15 race card. Taking a look at this evening's third race, Chad. This division of the Kissin' in the Sand. Yep. Of course, mare we've all heard of, a Breeders' Crown success. We've got Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. Open for fillies and mares.
Yeah, and a good-looking group, a pretty deep group. 9's out of here, so we're down to a field of 9. But, I mean, Rockin' Nola, you know, the class of the group in here, and right now is 7-2 on the board, on the cusp of hitting millionaire status, about 15,000 away. But there's some others in here, including the 10, Marvelous Marcia. Now, I've got her on top. I think Jacob maybe did. You've got her rated pretty highly as well. Do you not just think this is such a fresh mare that whatever reason was, kept her from coming to the track sooner? It's only her 4th start of the year.
Yeah, I really like her. I've actually got her as my price play tonight.
Okay.
So I like her, just like you said. I like her pretty highly here. It makes the barn change to the Tabitha DeLong barn. Roger Welch, one of the leading trainers here at Harris Hoosier Park. He's a stakes guy, comes around for the summer, and then he goes back home, and I would guess that he's probably in a tree stand somewhere. He hunts and takes a little bit of time off. So
nice.
She makes the switch to the Tabitha DeLong barn, but I really like her in this spot. Just like you said, a mare that made 188,000 last year, and for whatever reason they got her started a little late. It looks like they had a similar schedule last year. She raced in that Indiana Sire Stakes Super Final as a 3-year-old. Gave her the time, and she's really just getting rolling. To me, though, it is a bit of a question mark, and that's why you're seeing her at a little bit of a price, because just a kind of a subpar effort. Not kind of, it was a subpar effort in her last.
Yeah, was it the off track? I mean, I'm sure they wanted to see a little bit more in, that 3rd start, especially second back after missing a little bit of time due to some sickness there in between. So there's been an interrupted schedule, as we know, but there's no Kobe's Gigi's in here, right?
That's right.
So she doesn't have to worry about that. This is going to be more in her wheelhouse. The bigger concern to me is how can she map out the trip from the 2nd tier, right? So for Marvelous Marcia, I hope that she can get involved, especially, again, as we've seen over the last night and a bit. I think you need to be involved early. If she decides to follow Dexter Dunn and Odds On Cinnamon in here, that one I think is going to push off the gate pretty well and could get her towed into a good spot.
Yeah, very much so. We talked about Dexter Dunn, winner in that last race behind Madeline's Blackjack. This is a 3-year-old filly by Lazarus, and we talk about racing at Harris Hoosier Park for the first time. She comes over here after racing at Dayton and Freehold and a few other places. She does draw to the inside here, and this is a filly that's got 114,000 on the season, so she's danced a lot of the big dances.
Yeah, and Virgil brought in a 3-year-old that I made my lock of the night last night that wanted 8-5. That faced older horses. It's not the easiest thing to do, but you know what? You're late in the season of your 3-year-old year. You're almost into age mare category anyway. So I think for Odds On Cinnamon, she's comes in great form. Dexter looking for back-to-back. she is one of the, certainly one of the ones to beat in here. So I like her. I like Marvelous Marsha. I included a couple others in the pick 5. The 6, Rockin' Nola, of course. Again, her resume speaks for itself. And then Chase U. You talked about Tetrick. You talked about George. I know it didn't work out in race number 2. That horse was just off for whatever reason.
Yeah, just not his night.
No, not at all.
So I think you got to turn the page there, as you said. And I like this mare in this spot. Again, she was put on the front last week, facing tougher company, Hot Mess Express and Pattsville and the like. So she's stepping down in class. That's certainly going to help her here. Right now at 9-5. But going back to Rockin' Nola, I got to give her a plug here, Chad. Just an all-time great in the state of Indiana. I've been a fan of this mare from the beginning. 5 Indiana Sire Stakes championships to her credit, a $15,000 yearling purchase, and as you said, she's on a cusp of $1 million. Hats off to her connections. She's one of those mares that just loves to race. She'll give you her all every start out, and to keep her coming back, performing at the top level, just really speaks to the depth of this mare. And she's another one that's stepping down in class, and it was a subpar effort. Joey put her on the front last week. She just wasn't on her game last week, so hoping for a rebound effort here, as I know that $1 million mark is one that they're hoping to get to for her.
And she too, out of that Kobe's Gigi's race. So yeah, she's going to find this easier, and she's got experience against so many of the good ones, as you said. I know you talked about the impressive resume, and she was a bargain buy in hindsight, obviously. Same connections right from day one?
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Purchased her as a yearling out of the yearling sale, and she was lightly raced as a 2-year-old, but they really picked their spots, and she came into that 2-year-old Super Stakes final, and I believe she was a little bit of a price, but she, like I said, they got her started late as a 2-year-old, and she stepped up in the big kind of way, and that's really what we've seen from her, all season or all her seasons here at Harris Park, and that's the other thing that I think is super interesting. She has ventured out a time or two as far as the state of Indiana. They've raced her in Ohio and Kentucky and some other places, but for a majority, she's got 109 starts. I'd venture to guess that over 80% of those starts are right here in the state of Indiana.
Yeah, fan favorite when you race here that often with that much success as well, and you love those kind of stories. I mean, we've had plenty of those as well, and you see it, and you like hearing about Adair Castle who's going to race this weekend. I mean, Mark Etzel's got such a great eye. 10,000 he bought this horse for. She's got over $1 million made. She dominated at 2 and 3, and she's going to have a shot at picking up a decent share tomorrow.
Yeah, very much so. And like you said, you love those stories. And Joey Putnam even saying this is the kind of mare that put him on the map. As we talk about Breeders' Crown and how special these races are to folks, it's important to remember that, you've got mares like this who, as we said, Joey Putnam going out and saying, this is the mare that put me on the map. So, hoping for big things here. But, of course, as we said, a number of others in here. Right now, the 2 taking a little bit of money, like we talked about, Odds on Cinnamon. Dexter Dunn looking to get off to a great start.
He just makes horses better.
Yeah.
He just does. I mean, nobody's going to argue against you on that. We've seen it since he came here in 2019. And Hollywood talking about it last night. I mean, look at him in the Breeders' Crown alone. 12 trophies already? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
It is,
over just a few years. And I mean, he's early 30s. I mean, he's nowhere near... he's just in the prime.
That's right. He's in the prime
of his career. So, Odds on Cinnamon, you get Dexter, and then you get one of the winningest trainers of all time in Virgil Morgan. So, yeah, there's lots to like with this one. Plus, again, she's got the makeup to, be one that's going to be involved. Now, as I mentioned, the wind's not as bad as it was yesterday, and I hope it just dies down as the night kind of progresses. But, you know what? It's warm out there. I think all these horses are really going to appreciate that.
Very much so. And as we talked about, it does kick off the pick 4 sequence here. So you want to jump in and play along in that pick 4 sequence. Of course, we've got some guaranteed wagers a little later on in the program. Guaranteed pick 4 a little later on in races 7 through 10. So here's a great opportunity to jump in, Chad, and parlay that money into the late pick 4.
Starting gate moving for race 3. 9 to 5 co-favorites are Odds on Cinnamon and Chase U. Here they come. They are off. Chase U starts nicely And Odds on Cinnamon moves up 2. Major's Miracle between the pair, and Marvelous Marcia is up into 4th already. 3 lengths back to Babe's Darla, and then next Uncut Gem. Paperback Thriller to the inside of Rockin' Nola, and Northern Storm languishes at the back end. As Chase U moves up to take the lead, they go by the quarter in 27-1. Sitting second is Major's Miracle, and third on Odds on Cinnamon. Marvelous Marcia is 4th. After that comes Babe's Darla with Uncut Gem, and then racing next, Paperback Thriller, Rockin' Nola, and it's 2 lengths to the trailer, and that is still Northern Storm. Approaching the half-mile pole, Trace Tetrick has Chase U up top through a half mile of 56-1. Second quarter was 29 seconds. Major's Miracle is second, and Odds on Cinnamon is next, third. Marvelous Marcia is 4th. And moving up on the outside, Rockin' Nola. Rockin' Nola is now roused into contention to the inside, Babe's Darla. After that, Uncut Gem with Northern Storm and Paperback Thriller is 9th and last. Head of the stretch, headed for home, 3/4 time, 125. Chase U, Odds on Cinnamon to the outside. Major's Miracle at the inside, third. Then Marvelous Marcia. Rockin' Nola trying to close down the outside. Chase U and Odds on Cinnamon are right together with 1/8 of a mile to come. Major's Miracle up the inside, has an opening there. Chase U, Odds on Cinnamon. Major's Miracle trying to rally. Rockin' Nola on the far outside. Odds on Cinnamon wins it. Chase U was second. Rockin' Nola and Major's Miracle in 152-3. Number 2, Odds on Cinnamon, posted first. Number 7, Chase U, second. Number 6, Rockin' Nola, third. Number 5, Major's Miracle, fourth. 2-7-6-5 is the unofficial order of finish. In the winner's circle, number 2, Odds on Cinnamon, owned by Odds on Racing. Virgil Morgan Jr. is the trainer. Second winner tonight for driver Dexter Dunn, the breeder, Fair Winds Farm of New Jersey. Race 3 results official. Odds on Cinnamon pays $660 for the victory. 20-cent superfecta, $18.32. $2 exacta, $19.60. The 50-cent trifecta, $9.95. Time for race 3, 152 and 3. Babes Darla 7th, Odds on Cinnamon the winner. Uncut Gem 8th, Paperback Thriller 9th. Majors Miracle 4th, Rockin' Nola 3rd, Chase U 2nd, Northern Storm 6th, Scratch Velocity Lady, Marvelous Marcia 5th. 718-943-26, Scratch 5. Next is race 4. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. There is also a daily double here on races 4 and 5. Scratch number 8, Mamma Mia Volo, a field of 10, trotting 1 mile, 14 minutes to post.
I decided to go to the 10-time leading Hoosier Park driver, Trace Tetrick, for a little analysis on the card. Let's go back to the Breeders' Crown 17 for a second, Trace. You had 2 winners that night. What was that feeling like?
It's pretty exceptional. Had the opportunity to drive for Brian and the hometown horse, $50 bill. They both win, and, it was a great honor to be involved.
But, of course, that wasn't your first. Freaky Feet Pete, not only did he win for you in 2015, he was a favorite.
Yeah, that was probably the most fun because of the connections and everything, and the ride that horse was on his whole year and his career. Was very phenomenal. It was just great to be a part of it.
Tell us a little bit about did you ever think, say 15 years ago, that the program would be here now for the 3rd time in like a 7-year span?
I think you always hoped for it would be, and Hoosier management's done a great job, advancing the sport and the breeding program along with everything else, and I think it's a great opportunity for them to have it here.
When you and Tim were driving horses early on and having fun and getting to know the business, did you think you 2 guys would line up with the 2 favorites or close to it in the 3-year-old Breeders' Crown pace like you are tomorrow night?
Well, I don't think at the time we thought we'd have the favorites. We just hoped to be in it, and be competitive, and we've been lucky to be in that spot to where we are.
Is that 24 and 2? Is that a malfunction from last week coming home for Coach Stefanos?
It might be timer-wise, but it did feel very fast.
What were you thinking at the half? Because you weren't that close, right?
I was still in a good spot to make the final, and I think if they didn't advance too much through the turn and we could get through there, we'd be okay. I thought from that spot we'd be second, but luckily, Big Colt found another gear and we were able to snag him late.
Okay, the question now is, your mother is going to be in attendance. Who is she rooting for, a Confederate or Coach Stefanos?
Hopefully both. She'll root for both of us. The green and yellow, which is what she'll go for.
I know who Chloe's rooting for. I want to know who your mother's rooting for.
Right. You got to ask her.
All right, Trace, thanks for stopping by. Good luck in the crown.
Thank you.
The race Racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
In Indiana, we grow it. And when it comes to harness racing, the Indiana program has grown to become one of North America's very best. Breed Development and the ISA have been there every step of the way by overseeing and promoting the Indiana sired racing, breeding, and stakes programs at every level. We're working to ensure a right future for all of us.
Field for race 4, number 1, Tactical Mounds, owned by the stable Tactical Mounds. Megan Scran, the trainer, and Scott Ziron is the driver. 2, Swanya, owned by Jacqueline Beeman, trained by Melissa Essig. The driver is John DeLong. 3, St. Trixie, owned by Timber Ridge Stable and Murray Brown. Ernest Gaskin is the trainer. Kyle Wilfong the driver. 4, Swinging Senorita, owned by the stable Senorita Group and Hutchison Harness. Ron Burke trains. Ronnie Run Jr. drives. 5, Rose Run Yanné, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and Weaver Buscemi. Ron Burke is the trainer. Chris Page the driver. 6 is Southwind Cherry, owned by Pollock Racing and Jeff Culliver, who also trains. Trace Dietrich drives. 7 is Peekaboo Lady, owned by Christopher Beaver, Donald Robinson, William Rufinecht, and Gilbert Short. Christopher Beaver trains. Yannick Gingras drives. Scratch number 8. Number 9 is Call Me Goo, owned by Graham Grace Stables. Jason Skinner is the trainer. Tim Tetrick is the driver. 10, Mass Hysteria, owned by Kyle Bossens, Daniel Culp, and William Pendleton. Kyle Bossens is the trainer. James McDonald is the driver. 11, Help of the Season, owned by John Schmucker, trained by Wren Racing with Running Wild Stables. Melanie Wren is the trainer, and Peter Wren is the driver. It's a field of 10, trotting 1 mile. First half of the double on races 4 and 5. First leg of the 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 4 minutes to post.
Just a few minutes of the 4th race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Emily Gaskin joined alongside Chad Rosema once again. And we're kicking off the first stakes of the night tonight. Chad, this is the Pegasus for 3-year-old trotting fillies. We've got a purse of $60,000. You've got exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagering. There's a scratch of the 8, but a pretty wide open group here, Chad.
And the scratch of Mamma Mia Volo, I mean,
scratch.
Holy, throwing a bone to the group here, right? I mean, handicapping this when I see it, I'm sure the rest of them, once they saw the draw come out and thought, oh my goodness, we got to deal with this
Breeders'
monster.
Crown eligible.
I mean, right? She would have been one of the favorites in the 3-year-old filly. Unfortunately, as we know, it didn't work out, and now she's come up 6. So the others, sure they would have competed against her, but now it makes life a little bit easier on a whole bunch of them. And it makes Tactical Mounds the clear favorite in this spot, coming in off that Circle City win. And, this was that New Jersey Sire Stakes champ back in September from post 10. Scotty Z sending her just one of many big efforts that Scott's had this year. And this one's just raced so well, so consistently, looks very good in here. But with that being said, I'm going to try and beat her with Call Me Goo, Timmy T in the bike. Back-to-back wins, familiar, here. When I saw this horse race at Mohawk when Doc Moore brought her up, I mean, she was fantastic. And I could just tell this is a filly that's got a high speed, a lot of go. Obviously a nose for the wire. She's won 10 of 13 this year.
Yeah, and she was one of those fillies last week that really kind of caught my attention. We talk oftentimes about these horses getting over the Hoosier Park surface, and particularly for a young trotting filly, it can be a little tough. But she was one of those winners that was a decisive winner. I love the way she looked on the track. Love the way she looks tonight. She's just got a beautiful way of going. Really just looks effortless out there. And, had to believe that they were probably a little upset when she drew post position number 9 here. So I think that's what's going to make things a little interesting with this outside post draw. But as you said, she was just one of those fillies last week that really impressed me, and like I said, has a nose for the wire. Going back, though, real quickly to Tactical Mounds, talked a little bit about her, was out at the Meadowlands on Hambletonian Day, and this is one of the fillies that Scott won with, kind of setting us up for what was going to happen in the Hambletonian. She was a flawless winner. She raced huge that day, and I've been a big fan of this filly ever since.
And she's been really good all year long. I mean, she does not have many poor efforts at all. And then, as you say, coming in here, I mean, she had a month between races. I know she had a qualifier, but we know what qualifiers do. It's not like being in that, race-type conditions. Sure, it might tighten you up, but I think now the fact that she's got that start underneath her, it's just going to help her even more so here tonight. But if Call Me Goo can find a way to at least get positioned well without getting stung too much, and at least now with the scratch of Mamma Mia Volo, not only does that lessen the competition, but it drops her down a spot on the gate. Makes life a little bit easier possibly, but they look like the top two in here, and that's what the board's reflecting right now.
Yeah, very much so. And, I think that, like you said, her racing style just sets up so nicely for the long quarter-mile stretch. She's a big daughter of tactical landing. And like I said, I think she just gets over the track so well. Filly in here we were just taking a look at, that's the 11. Here's another filly that's got plenty of success over the Hoosier Park surface. She was a winner of a $145,000 right here at Harris Hoosier Park last year, a winner of $217,000 last year. A subpar effort, we'll say, in that Indiana Sire Stakes Super Final, but she came back with a big effort. A key here for me, Chad, is its second start on Lasix.
Second start on Lasix. I know, for instance, thrown out to my buddy Randy Waples, he's a big fan of second start on Lasix. And, if a horse has some uncertainty because it might have bled in an outing, and gets Lasix at first start, sometimes they're still in their head.
Very much
They
so.
need that start to, kind of calm them down and say, oh, you know what, I'm good to go. And so now this time out. So you could be onto something for sure. I think this one's a player in here. Rose Runyonet, coming in from Ohio, has done great there. Burke's got so many good horses all over in all the Ontario, or in all the different Sire Stakes, including Ontario. But Rose Runyonet, coming here, I think is going to match up well against this kind of group too.
Yeah, I really like her in this spot. A filly by Triumphant Caviar, who has also been on the board in 10 of 11, a winner of $295,000. Similar stories you're talking about. She's had a qualifier, so hasn't seen a start in in nearly a month here. So that's my only concern. Obviously been so dominant on that Ohio circuit. Just the time off, a little bit of a concern. So not sure how aggressive she can actually be here.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But again, it's Burke, it's Page. They come to play, and she's got a good draw. So I think you'll see this one put into play here. I do want to just quickly talk about Mass Hysteria. Not that I put her anywhere, but because she's a local, for me back home, we'll see a handful of Ontario side horses in the Breeders' Crown Finals over the next 2 days, and wishing them the best of luck. But Mass Hysteria, Kyle Boston's having a career year, able to win some big races, including the Battle of the Bells at Grand River. And this one has been a solid provincial program starter. James McDonald to drive. I don't think he's driven her before. Trevor was always the regular guy, and Trevor, lives almost next door to Kyle Boston's, but Trevor obviously not making the trip. But if this one could somehow find a way to get a trip from that second tier, I'm telling you, she could pick up some pieces.
I talked so many times about how the Woodbine track, I think it translates the speed, the configuration, I think it translates so well to Hoosier Park. So when a horse has success up there, I think it certainly heats some attention. And like you said, I think if she could get a few things to go her way, obviously going to have to navigate the second tier here. But as we talked about, there is some speed to her inside. So if she could work out a good trip, get some things to go her way, she certainly could factor underneath for that 65-1 price.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the board, and I expected, obviously with the 8 out of here, the 1 and 9 to get the bulk of the support. Now you could see Burke's Charge obviously getting some play, and deservedly so. But, for some reason, if you think one of the others can pop up, it's still a horse race. My goodness, everybody's odds are really inflated outside of that trio.
Yeah, very much so. Another one that's taken a little bit of love, that's the 2 Swanya, a filly that's had success here at Harris Hoosier Park, a winner of $215,000 for Team Essig, who, of course, we've talked about.
Yep.
They're looking for a success on tomorrow's card in the Breeders' Crown. Going to try to get it off to a great start here with Swanya. Chad's going to go 9, 1, 5, and 11. I'll take 9, 11, 1, and 5. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
Starting gate is rolling for race 4. 4 to 5 on Tactical Mounds. 2 to 1, Call Me Goo. Here they come. They are up. Away well is Peekaboo Lady. Tactical Mounds on the inside, moving up Rose Run Yane. In between horses, Swinging Senorita. From the outside, Call Me Goo, and then it's Mass Hysteria. Swanya is to the outside of that with Help of the Season next. Then St. Trixie and Southwind Cherry trails the field early on. And going off stride on the first turn is Swinging Senorita. Swinging Senorita on a break. 27-2 the first quarter. They are on the back stretch. Leading the way is Rose Run Yene. In front a length. Second is Peekaboo Lady. Then third comes Tactical Mounds, and Tactical Mounds shifts to the outside and has moved up from third, is now second and challenging the leader. Call Me Goo is fourth, then Mass Hysteria with Swanya, half mile up in 56 and a fifth. They're moving on to the second turn. Tactical Mounds now takes the lead and crosses over in front of Rose Run Yene, who is back second. Peekaboo Lady, then Call Me Goo. After that are Mass Hysteria, Swanya moving, and Swanya went off stride. Swanya on a break on the second turn. They're coming to the top of the stretch. Tactical Mounds 2 lengths in front of Rose Run Yene through 3/4 in 1:23 and 4. Call Me Goo on the outside trying to move up, and then to the inside it's Peekaboo Lady. Tactical Mounds with a 3-length lead. Call Me Goo moves into second. Rose Run Yene, Peekaboo Lady at the inside. Tactical Mounds in front. Call Me Goo trying to rally through on the inside. Tactical Mounds, Call Me Goo. Tactical Mounds will hold on. Call Me Goo was second, then Peekaboo Lady and Rose Run Yene 152. Number 1, Tactical Mounds posted first. Number 9, Call Me Goo second. Number 7, Peekaboo Lady third. Number 5, Rose Run Yene fourth. 1975 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, presented by Victory Hill Farm, is number 1, Tactical Mounds, now winner of 2 in a row here at Harrah's Hoosier Park in the month of October. Owned by the stable, Tactical Mounds. Megan Scran is the trainer, Scott Zeron the winning driver. The breeder, Springhaven Farm of Ohio. Race 4 results official. Tactical Mounds pays $3.20 for the victory. The $2 pick three, $90.60. The $2 exacta, $11. 50-cent trifecta, $45.90. The 20-cent superfecta, $62.52. Time for race 4, 152. Tactical Mounds the winners. Swanya 10th. St. Trixie 8th. Swinging Senorita 9th. Rose Run Yene 4th. Southwind Cherry 7th. Peekaboo Lady 3rd. Mamma Mia Volo scratched. Call Me Goo 2nd. Mass Hysteria 5th. Help of the Season 6th. Top down 110-8. 947. 3 scratch. 256. Next is race 5. There is a 20-cent Hoosier High 5 in race 5. Number 6, Rum's First Luck, will be on Lasix. A field of 11, pacing 1 mile, 11 minutes to post. There is a driver change in race 5. Number 7, Tell a Tale. The driver will be Ronnie Wren Jr. Ronnie Wren Jr. will drive number 7 in race 5.
Just a few. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct honor to be standing in front of you today to be talking about our 2023 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. This is something that was brought about at the start of a Breeders' Crown plan in car. $200,000. I'm going to repeat that. 200,000 for not one deserving charity. So we have down here with us this evening. Again, this is a wonderful marriage between equine excellence, that is the Breeders' Crown, and philanthropy. We are so very honored to make these donations to these organizations who do such wonderful work in our community. As we said, here at the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, and I'm going to hand it over to our Senior Vice President, Colin Skidmore, for a few words about the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge.
The premier event in harness racing here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Caesars Entertainment is proud to partner with the Indiana Standardbred Association and the IA here, and we are excited today to celebrate 4 very deserving charities receiving over 200, as Emily said, $200,000. We are happy to be the facilitators of such a wonderful, wonderful event. Thank you.
And as we said, this has been a labor of love. The Hambletonian Society has also worked alongside us in the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, and we're going to talk to the president, Mr. John Campbell.
Which was the vision. Hoosier Park, the Indiana just took the ball and ran with it and embraced this. And I couldn't be happier or more proud of the charities that are involved. And on behalf of the Hambletonian Society, thanks to everybody that put effort into this to make it such a success.
Thank you, John. As we said, this was a brainchild of a great owner, as we said, Marvin Katz, and we are so honored to carry on the work that he has done. So without further ado, we're going to recognize the charities. We first want to start by recognizing them. So as I announce your charity, please give us a cheer, a wave, what have you. As we said, we've had very hard-working charities, very involved charities, and we'll start with our charity Helping Veterans and Families. Teachers Treasures, as part of the 2023 Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. Teachers Treasures. New Vocations Racehorse Adoption Program. And the Indiana Center for Prevention of Youth Abuse and Suicide. And also worth mentioning, we've got celebrity guests that have done plenty of work as part of this as well, as part of our charities. We'll recognize those when we talk about our check presentation. So without further ado, we'll get started. Again, $200,000 raised going to these charities. We'll start with 4th place. That's going to be the Indiana Center for Prevention of Youth Abuse and Suicide, receiving a check for $21,090. And they've got former Colts player Gary Brackett. In 3rd place, receiving a check for $42,180. And they've got the Trotter House Group working alongside them. That's New Vocations Racehorse Adoption. A check for $42,000. And in 2nd place, that's Teachers Treasures. John Michael Vincent working with the Teachers Treasures Group, going home with a check for $63,000. $63,270. And in 1st place, that leaves Helping Veterans and Families for a grand total of $84,000, $360. And Emmy, if I could get you to come down here to say a few words. Again, the Helping Veterans and Families, Emmy Hildebrand, a check for $84,000. $84,360. Talk to us a little bit about what this will do for your organization.
Thank you so much to Harrah's and all the folks involved with today. You know, the need is so great. Veterans are much more likely to be homeless than non-veterans, especially women veterans. So this funding will go directly to support veterans in Central Indiana who are facing homelessness, who are struggling, and we just couldn't be more pleased with tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. And again, we want to thank all of our charities and celebrities. They have put so much work into this, and it is our honor to donate this money to these 4 very deserving causes. This is Emily, live from Harris Hoosier Park. Remember to bet early and bet often.
Diamond Creek starting gate is rolling for race 5. 3 to 5 on Tell 'em Kiss. 5 to 1, This House is Rockin'. Here they come. They are up. Good start for Little Joe the Fourth. Tell 'em Kiss. And This House is Rockin' is quickest of all. This House is Rockin' takes the early lead. Back and forth is E.R. Griffin. Folsom Prison is 5th. Next is Straight Sierra Blue with RJ's Super Freak. Then Rum's First Luck is followed by Tell a Tale. After that, it's Cruisin' Juke, and Sunny Black is the early trailer. First quarter, 28-1. They're moving to the back stretch, and Tell 'em Kiss moves to the outside and is now going past This House is Rockin' to take the lead. Back in third is Lil Joe the Fourth, with E.R. Griffin and Folsom Prison the next two. Also moving up wide now is Cruisin' Juke, Straight Sierra Blue, and there's a gap of 6 going back to Sunny Black, who's trying to rally up with Tell a Tale, RJ Super Freak, and Rum's First Luck. They're at the half in 58-1. The judges' inquiry light has been posted. We will have an inquiry into race 5. On the second turn, Tell 'em Kiss now has a 2.5 length lead. This House is Rockin' is second. Folsom Prison is up on the outside of Lil Joe the Fourth, and then it's Cruisin' Juke with E.R. Griffin, Straight Sierra Blue, Tell a Tale, and Sunny Black. 3/4, 127. Into the stretch, Tell 'em Kiss has the lead. This House is Rockin' moves to the outside. Lil Joe the Fourth trying to find room at the inside. Also here on the wide side is Cruisin' Juke as Tell 'em Kiss continues to hold on to the lead. This House is Rockin' on the outside trying to close in, but Tell 'em Kiss gives Dexter Dunn the hat trick tonight. Second was This House is Rockin'. Photo for show, Little Joe the Fourth and E.R. Griffin, 154. The judge's inquiry in race 5 concerns possible interference past the quarter-mile mark. Possible interference past the quarter is the reason for the judge's inquiry. Please hold all tickets. Number 3, Tell 'em Kiss, posted first. Number 5, This House is Rockin', second. Number 2, Lil Joe the Fourth, third. Number 10, E.R. Griffin, fourth. 3, 5, 2, 10 is the unofficial order of finish. Fifth in race 5, number 11, Folsom Prison. 3, 5, 2, 10, 11 is the posted order. Returning to the winner's circle, number 3, Tell 'em Kiss, owned and bred by Hugh Lake Lacey and Susan G. Lacey. Michael Johnson is the trainer, and Dexter Dunn is the driver. The trophy presentation for race 5 being presented by Rob Kendall, radio personality, for the charity Helping Veterans and Families, which earned $84,360 as part of the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge. As a result of the judge's inquiry, there has been a disqualification for interference. Number 11, Folsom Prison, who finished 5th, has been disqualified and placed 11th and last for causing interference. The 6th place finisher, number 8, Cruisin' Juke, gets placed 5th, and therefore the new top 5, 3, 5, 2, 10, 8. Race 5 results are now official. Tell Him Kiss pays $3.60 for the victory. $2 exacta, $13.60. 50-cent trifecta, $20.40. $2 double, $1.3, $11. 20-cent superfecta, $42.30. 50-cent pick 5, 5 of 5, $88.90. The 20-cent Hoosier High 5, $175.66 for the 3, 5, 2, 10, 8 combination. Time for race 5, 154. RJ Super Freak 11th, place 10th. Little Joe the 4th, 3rd. Tell Him Kiss the winner. Straight Sierra Blues 7th, place 6th. This House is Rockin' 2nd. Rum's First Luck 10th, place 9th. Tell a Tale 9th, placed 8th. Cruisin' Juke 6th, placed 5th. Sunny Black 8th, placed 7th. ER Griffin 4th. Folsom Prison 5th, placed 11th for causing interference. Next is race 6. The first leg of the pick 5 on races 6 through 10. A field of 6 pacing 1 mile. This the Lin Wilfong Memorial. 8 minutes to post. And now we turn things over to our judge, Kevin Gum, to explain the disqualification.
All right, here we go. Look at camera 1. You'll see Jordan Ross sitting 5th right now on the 11. Runs up on the 10. Throws his head up, causes confusion to trailing horses. A couple make a break. We'll show it one more time. Yeah. And then you can show it in a second. Levin runs up over the 10, causes interference to trailing horses, and then continues on here. Strikes the wheel of the 10, which causes interference to 4. So for interference twice, finished 5th, placed 11th.
Bugler J. Elsmore calls the horses on the track for race 6. Number 1 is Captain Sleaze, owned by Engel Stable of Illinois. Nelson Willis trains, Dexter Dunn drives. 2 Ultra Image, owned by Jeffrey Eckberg, trained by Tyler George with Yannick Gingras. 3 Rolling Like Thunder, owned by Carl Hambleton, Donald Fennell, and T.G. Stable. Tyler George the trainer, Trace Tetrick the driver. 4 is Your Wish is Granted, owned by Ruby Huggins, trained by Matt Reinheimer, and David Miller drives. 5 Crooked Smile, owned by Wilson Racing Stable, and Turn for Home Racing. Timothy Wilson Jr. trains, Jordan Ross drives. 6 Hellabaloo, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Eric Good, Weaver Buscemi, and Lawrence Carr. Ron Burke is the trainer, Chris Page is the driver. It's a field of 6, pacing 1 mile. First leg of the 50-cent pick 5 on races 6 through 10. Post time in 3 minutes.
Getting set for race number 6 here. Who's Your Park? Back in studio, Chad Rosamond alongside Hollywood Hayden, reunited again. Great job out there in the paddock. What's the vibe like in the paddock right now?
Good vibe. Good vibe.
Yeah.
You know, you got to remember there's a couple different barns where the horses are. So we were where we were doing the interviews was not where the Breeders' Crown horses were, but that's, you know, the drivers congregate, the program pages, things like that. So, you know, there's a lot of guys here who kind of, you know, trying to get their foot in the door in the Breeders' Crown. Ronnie Ren's making his debut, you know, 10 years after he let the nation win. So we'll see how it works out.
And I know you were trying to get Dexter done, but you couldn't, right?
Yeah, I said to Dexter in every race here, you foul at my interviews. He says, I got to work. You know, so he's got to work. He's in all 12 crowns for 8 different trainers. That says a little bit about everybody's, you know, the Dexter train is in full bloom and everybody wants to get on it.
Yeah, and he's got 3 wins tonight, so you know, he's already heating up. Guys got to make a living. Race number 6 here at the Lin Wilfong Memorial. It's an invitational pace, field of a half dozen, headlined by Hellabaloo's the heavy favorite right now. Just quickly, what can you tell me about Lin Wilfong?
He passed away about a month ago. I was over at the wake. What a really good guy. He was in his early 80s, a trainer, driver, all-around horseman, a definite advocate for the state of Indiana if there ever was one. His son Kyle right here, his wife Barbara. Good people all the way through. Big name. I remember when Kyle won the Dan Patch, I said, can you name some of the Wilfongs that are watching this? Because he was debuting when he won there. And, you know, he started naming them, and you know, there's all over. Wilfong is a very prominent name in Indiana.
Yeah, we see it through the program, that's for sure. So the Lin Wilfong Memorial that's coming up. As mentioned, Hellabaloo back-to-back wins in Dayton in their open handicap. He's the heavy favorite at 2-5. Now, I noticed, you know, in a field of 6, you've got him picked 4th in here. You're going to try and beat him. You got Crooked Smile. Do you just put a line to that last race?
Yeah, I'm not looking at the last race. When you had second tier, your first over in the slop and post 10. No, I'm looking at the other ones before that. Reunited, you know, very good combo there. Jordan Ross and Crooked Smile. That's worked. This guy's got a lot of ability here. You just got to get him to the top of the stretch without any trouble. And you really don't want to be going after this guy in a 1,000-foot sprint. He can go with anybody. And I think he's one of the main contenders in the field.
Beat Ponda Warrior a couple starts ago. No stranger to facing off against him. We know where he's going to be tomorrow night.
Absolutely. And by the way, Matt Reinheimer, that's the Reinheimer family that had Freaky Feet Pete. That was 2015 that we got Trace on the board. And he not only won the Breeders' Crown in Canada, right? He was the favorite. He paid $470. I mean, it's pretty impressive when you have won a crown and you're paying, you know, 7-5 against the 3-year-old pacing Colts and Geldings are the best in the business.
Yeah, it's pressure too, right?
Yeah.
Pressure.
Trace doesn't feel pressure though. Trace is like an amazingly cool guy all the time, and should be interesting to see how that plays out tomorrow night.
I know we talked a bunch. Emily and I were speaking about the wind last night. You and I saw it. It was a lot stiffer last night. Tonight it started out a little strong, but we're seeing the flags out there now. It's very minimal at this point, so I don't think it's going to really affect you know, a certain racing style or maybe favor one. So a horse like Crooked Smile, there's others in here that are going to show speed. He's probably going to have to work from off the pace.
Yeah, but, you know, in a 6-horse field, he doesn't need a trip. He's that talented. So He's got to stay out of trouble. I mean, Hullabaloo figures to leave. It worked twice in a row with Chris Page back-to-back at Dayton, so we'll see if that translates to here. I'm not necessarily sure it does. I mean, this is the Adios winner a couple years ago. Remember, Timmy Chetrick was driving, came up the inside to win. Good horse, real good horse. He's approaching $500,000, having his best year. And right knocking on the door, he's a millionaire with a win tonight.
For Hullabaloo, yeah, you're right. So we've got a couple on this card here tonight on the cusp of that. Hullabaloo has got a big shot here with this $60,000 race, and you know what? Last couple of starts winning by open legs. Speaking of horses winning by open legs, Breeders' Crown history over the years, Bob. There have been 39 previous editions. What's the biggest margin?
The biggest margin, the biggest two are both John Campbell. Mac LaBelle back in '87 as a 3-year-old in Pompano, 12 3/4. Snow White when John hit $250 million back in '7 at the Meadowlands. That was 12 lengths. Now Armbro Keepsake, 9.5 lengths. That's the pacing. That's the trotting filly there. Goalie Jeff back in 1989. Remember how hot he got the second half of the year for LaChance? He dominated there by 8.5. Maybe Art's Place is the most interesting because he did it when the wicked wind, the chill, and the horrible trip against Die Laughing. Remember, back in 1990, the 2-year-old, he not only set the world record at 51-1, he held that mark for 17 years. That was also John Campbell.
Yeah, interesting that it's trotters up near the top with those biggest margin of victories. One that you didn't mention there, Sweet Lou, but we're going to be talking a lot of Sweet Lou over the next couple of days because the year he's having. I mean, when he won that, Woodbine in 2011 by 7.5, some say it's still the most dominant performance by a 2-year-old.
Absolutely dominant, totally dominant. Gala Blue Chip, by the way, in 2000 in Canada, set the record for earnings in the season with an almost 8-length romp in Canada in the Breeders' Crown for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, because he was a gelding.
Some more Breeders' Crown tidbits as we get set to kick off yet another Pick 5, along with the Exacta Tri Superfecta, your win, place, and show. Good luck, everybody. It's the Lynn Wolfong Memorial Invitational Pace as we head upstairs and join Michael Chamberlain.
Starting gate is rolling for race 6. Hullabaloo is 3-5. Your wish is granted, 3-1. Here they come. They are up. Good start for Hullabaloo from the outside. Moving up is Rollin' Like Thunder, and then it's Captain Sleaze. Your wish is granted with Crooked Smile, and Ultra Image is content to trail as they move on to the first turn. And Hullabaloo shows the way in Frontier, a length and a half. Second is Rollin' Like Thunder as they pass the quarter in 26 3. Next in third is Captain Sleaze. Your wish is granted, fourth. Then fifth is Ultra Image, and Crooked Smile trails as they move on the back stretch. Moving with the lead is Hullabaloo. Chris Page has Hullabaloo up top. Racing in the pocket second is Rollin' Like Thunder. Captain Sleaze is next, third. After that comes Your Wish is Granted with Ultra Image and Crooked Smile last as they pass the half in 56 2. Moving to the second turn, Hullabaloo in front a length. Rollin' Like Thunder. Now to the outside goes Ultra Image and Crooked Smile following along second over. Captain Sleaze is back to fifth, and Your Wish is Granted has also moved to the wide side as they move around that second turn. Hullabaloo in front, Ultra Image and Rollin' Like Thunder. Crooked Smile fourth as they pass three quarters in 124 4. Into the stretch, Hullabaloo with the lead. Rollin' Like Thunder, Ultra Image, Captain Sleaze to the inside. Then on the outside is Crooked Smile, and Your Wish is Granted. It's still Hullabaloo, Rollin' Like Thunder, trying to rally up the inside. Your Wish is Granted, closing down the outside. Hullabaloo in front in deep stretch. Hullabaloo has won it. Second, I believe Your Wish is Granted beat out Crooked Smile for second, but that's a photo there with Rollin' Like Thunder, 151 1. Number 6, Hellabaloo, posted first. Number 4, Your Wish is Granted, second. Number 5, Crooked Smile, third. Number 3, Rollin' Like Thunder, fourth. 6, 4, 5, 3 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle is number 6, Hellabaloo. Bred by Andre Farm and Sargent Stables of Pennsylvania. Owned by Burke Racing Stable, Eric Good, Weaver Buscemi, and Lawrence Carr. Second win tonight for Ron Burke. Chris Page is the winning driver. Third consecutive win in October for Hellabaloo. The winner's circle presentation is being made by Tratter House Group, social media influencers for New Vocations Racehorse Adoption, a 2023 official Breeders' Crown charity. Race 6 official. Hellabaloo pays $3.20 for the victory in race 6. The $2 exacta, $6.20. 50-cent trifecta, $4.55. $2 pick four, $77.40 for 404 correct. The 20-cent superfecta, $4.80. $2 pick three, 3 of 3 correct, pays $17.60. Time for race 6, 151 and 1. Captain Sleaze 5th, Ultra Image 6th, Rollin' Like Thunder 4th, Your Wish is Granted 2nd, Crooked Smile 3rd, Hellabaloo the winner, 5-6-4-2-3-1. Next is race 7. First leg of the 50-cent pick 4 on races 7 through 10 with a $20,000 guarantee. First half of the double on races 7 and 8. A field of 10 pacing 1 mile. Both number 3 and number 8 are on Lasix, 9 minutes to post. Gather around by the winner's circle, fans. We'll be doing our Harrah's Hoosier Park t-shirt toss. Your chance to catch a free Harrah's Hoosier Park t-shirt tonight with our t-shirt toss.
Just a few minutes to the next race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino, and no big event is complete without a little t-shirt toss. So if you would like to catch a free t-shirt, there's still time to get down to the winner's circle, and we have got some celebrity tossers. Okay, of course, who's your buddy, our resident tosser, but we got the Trotter House guys with us. Nick, is this your first toss?
No, actually.
Okay, we were talking a little bit off air. You're going to try to get some air, but as I understand, you got to take that jacket off. We got to get serious here.
Yeah, if I'm gonna reach up there, I need some room.
All right, we're going to get them warmed up. Again, the Trotter House guy is going to help us toss. Now, we do have some rules, okay? We want everybody to play nice. No kicking, clawing, scratching, or biting. All right, and one T-shirt per person. There's a lot to go around, so everybody play nice, and we'll toss all of the T-shirts. You ready to toss, buddy? All right, let's toss.
My grandfather instilled in me that there's no such thing as luck. He said luck is where hard work meets opportunity.
We are athletes. We are drivers. We are caretakers. We are owners. We are trainers. We are fans. We are harness racing.
Field for race 7. Number 1 is Horizontal, owned by Determination. Linda Toscano is the trainer, and Scott Zeron the driver. 2, Roland Rosie, owned by SCP Stables. Scott Tyler George and Gregory Samples. Tyler George is the trainer, Trace Tetrick the driver. 3, Beauty and Grace, owned by Douglas Overheiser, Lewis Willinger, and Rick Howells. Melissa Essig is the trainer. Todd McCarthy will drive. 4 is Stormy Serena, owned by Emerald Highlands Farm, Dolnay Farm Services, and Wren Racing. Melanie Wren is the trainer, Peter Wren the driver. 5, Queen's Reign, owned by Watermark Farm, trained by Ernest Gaskin, the driver, John DeLong. 6 is Tells on a Roll, owned by Engel Stable of Illinois, Lewis Willinger, and TG Stable. Tyler George trains, Dexter Dunn drives. 7, Fox Valley Kia, owned by Julie Collins, Ken Rucker trains, David Miller drives. 8, TR's Shining Star, owned, trained, and driven by Travis Robinson. 9, Can't Get You Out of My Mind, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Jeff Culliver the trainer, and D. Miller the driver. 10, It's Corona Time, owned by William Switala and James Martin. Jamie McCumber trains, Yannick Gingras drives. A field of 10, pacing 1 mile. First half of the double on races 7 and 8. First leg of the $20,000 guaranteed pick 4 on races 7 through 10. Post time in 2 minutes.
Couple minutes away from kicking off this $20,000 guaranteed pick 4. Bunch of guarantees on this Breeders' Crown weekend over the next couple of days, so don't miss out on those opportunities. We'll kick it off here. Just to maybe seen in the Breeders' Crown.
Well, I mean, it's hard to believe this is the 7th Breeders' Crown without Campbell. I mean, you know, John Campbell with 48 wins.
But he's always here.
John's here.
Yeah.
And that makes it very relevant. The other one is 9 years with no Ron Pierce, and that's exactly 9 years since he had Sweet Lou, when he won 10 in a row with Sweet Lou, who was all over the card here. And as we talked about before, I mean, how rare is it? It's rare, it's unprecedented, but that a guy would retire after having the Trotter and Pacer of the Year. Remember, Shake It Carry was Trotter of the Year. Sweet Lou was Pacer of the Year. Ron Pierce won both. And if you remember the TVG with that year with Sweet Lou, I think he won by about 15 lengths. That was his last stakes win. How would you like to win by 10, 15 lengths with a horse like Sweet Lou, and then you're retiring a few months later? It's an amazing thing when you think about it.
Always nice to finish on top,
yeah,
right? Yeah. Fast forward to the 4th and final Breeders' Crown race that we're going to have later tonight. Again, the action starts in race 10, but the last one of the evening will be the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot going for $700,000. That's where TCI, we touched on it last night. You know, a win by him tonight will make him the richest 2-year-old ever.
Yep.
He's already, I looked today, I think it's he's something like the 23rd or 15th. I'm getting my numbers mixed up because I have some Sylvan filling out. But anyway, there hasn't been a ton of even millionaire earners at 2, but he's one of them into that group. That's impressive in itself. But his sire, Cantab Hall, not only has he been fantastic, on the track and then off the track, but in this division alone, specifically.
Yeah. It's not so unusual for a father-son to both be great. It is terribly unusual for them to be great, unique, 20 years apart. Remember, Cantab Hall was the 2003 Trotter of the Year, the only 2-year-old ever voted Trotter of the Year. We are looking at a situation this year where TCI is certainly the leading candidate as we speak, a son of Cantab Hall, to become the second. Now, that year, Cantab was 10 for 10. This year, TCI is 10 for 11. Who won last year's Breeders' Crown? Gaines Hanover, Cantab Hall. In 2020, last time Breeders' Crown was here, who won the 2-year-old Trots? On a streak here. And then Lady Chaos, both Cantab Halls. And, oh, by the way, he won it 3 years in a row in 11, 12, and 13 with Uncle Peter wheeling and dealing. And a horse you might have heard of, Father Patrick.
Yeah,
It's
incredible.
a good roll there.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So, and he's obviously got a big shot at another there in race number 13. Okay, let's shift our attention again to this guaranteed pick for $20,000. Yeah, we're all going on top, with the stats-wise here of Roland Rosie, but I don't think you'd be singling this one because I think you got a price horse you think could maybe make some noise.
I don't see any reason why Horizontal can't be right there with her. I think they were really. Roland Rosie's been great. She might have been better 2 starts back than she was in any other start. She was just in Nowheresville when she closed and got second. So the track was off each of her last 2. She's a really nice filly. As you can see, the lines tell you that, a couple $100,000 each year. But Horizontal has got the inside here. The last time Linda Toscano raced here in the Breeders' Crown, now this is not a crown, but she was first and second a nose at 28-1. Come on. And she's got 8 wins as it is. Melanie Wren is going to be one of those looking for a crown this weekend. So is Melissa Essig. Number 10 is Corona Time. Jamie McCumber already has one 6 years ago right here.
All right, some more great stuff in there. Roland Rosie, speaking of her, win machine, 13-16. And you talk about that effort in the Indiana Sires Stakes final there 2 starts ago. Yeah, post 9 against a good group. And although she was the favorite, she, again, just didn't get involved as she usually does from out there in a tricky spot, but made the most out of kind of a tough situation to be second. But Tell's on a roll, who was the winner there. She's back. She's won back-to-back with Dexter Dunn in the bike. But you're getting 8-5 on her. Do you think they're going to kind of level out and maybe be a little bit closer come post time?
No, I
Odds-wise?
don't. No, they like Tyler, George, and Tracy here for good reason. They're leading driver and
Okay.
trainer here for good reason. So Roland Rosie is legit. I mean, there's nothing at all about her. I just think Horizontal is being undersold a little bit. And, you know, when Always Be Mickey sees the Breeders' Crown, he stepped up his game. You know, he's got six Breeders' Crowns in his first 3 crops. That's a big number, the fastest to ever do that. So I think Horizontal and Scotty have a huge chance to be right there.
Nice 1-2 punch for Tyler George here in race number 7. As you can see, they're called to the gate. So your time is running out. If you elect to jump on in this pick 4, again, guaranteed at $20,000. You've got the try, the super, double to go along with your win, place, and show. And Roland Rosie, the clear favorite right now. We'll see if some late money maybe comes pouring in on Tells on a Roll as they get a rematch of their Indiana Sire Stakes Super Final back on the 13th. They'll be heading to the gates, and Michael Chamberlain will take it away. Good luck.
Starting gate is on the move for race 7. 3-5 on Roland Rosie. 2-1 Tells on a Roll. They are up. And moving away, well, Stormy Serena, Queen's Reign, Roland Rosie at the inside. TR Shining Star from the outside rushes up. Next is Horizontal, followed by Tells on a Roll, who has secured inside position. Can't Get You Out of My Mind is then next. Moving to the inside is It's Corona Time, then Beauty and Grace. And the early trailer is Fox Valley Kia. Opening quarter was 26 seconds, and they're now on the back stretch. Moving up to take the lead is Roland Rosie. Trace Tetrick puts Roland Rosie in front. Second is TR's Shining Star, and Horizontal is third. 2 further lengths to Stormy Serena, then Tells on a Roll, who's on the outside. It's Corona Time, making progress at the pylons. Then next is Queen's Reign with Beauty and Grace. After that, to the outside comes Can't Get You Out of My Mind, and 2 further lengths to Fox Valley Kia. Half mile 54-1, 28-1 the second quarter. Roland Rosie leads. Horizontal, TR Shining Star, Tells on a Roll. 3 lengths back to Queen's Reign, and to the inside Stormy Serena. 3 quarters, 122-3. Into the stretch, Roland Rosie with the lead. On the outside comes Horizontal, also moving wide, Tells on a Roll, who's in the clear and coming on fast. Roland Rosie, Tells on a Roll, Horizontal between the pair. Queen's Reign on the outside closing in. Tells on a Roll now takes the lead. Queen's Reign on the outside trying to close in, but Tells on a Roll wins. Queen's Reign was second. Then Horizontal and Roland Rosie, 150-1. Returning to the winner's circle, number 6, Tells on a Roll, bred by Victory Hill Farm, sponsoring the winner's circle tonight, owned by Engel Stable of Illinois. Lewis Willinger, TG Stable. Tyler George is the trainer. It is winner number 4 for Dexter Dunn tonight, and this is the 3rd consecutive win in October here at Harrah's Hoosier Park for Tells on a Roll. The trophy presentation being made by Teachers Treasures, the 2023 official Breeders' Crown charity, who made $63,270 as part of the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge this year. Race 7 results official. Tells on a Roll pays $4.80 for the victory. The $2 exacta, $49. 50-cent try, $42.65. 20-cent superfecta pays $32.80. Time for race 7, 150-1. Horizontal 3rd, Roland Rosie 4th. Beauty and Grace 6th. Stormy Serena 9th. Queen's Reign 2nd. Tells on a Roll the winner. Fox Valley Kia 10th. TR Shining Star 8th. Can't Get You Out of My Mind 7th. It's Corona Time 5th. 346 921 108 75. Up next, race 8. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile. 13 minutes to post.
world's greatest harness racing at Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment happens every Friday and Saturday night. Post time is 6:20 p.m. Admission and parking are free. On Saturday, November 25th, over $2.5 million is up for grabs as the best 2-year-olds battle it out in the Fall Final Four and the best Trotters and Pacers battle in the FanDuel Championships. Plus, check out our FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can legally watch and wager on all the sports action. Visit PlayMeadowlands.com for complete racing and sports wagering information. Must be 21 or older to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Standardbreds give their all every time they hit the track. These noble horses are there for us, digging deep in weekly starts and careers spanning hundreds of races. And when they cross the finish line for the final time, it's our turn to be there for them. Experience the joy that comes from helping a Standardbred succeed beyond the track as a loyal riding horse, competitor, and companion. Learn how at newvocations.org.
Parade marshals Rachel Leonard and Christina Smith bringing the horses onto the track for race 8. Number 1, Street Boy, owned by Garcia Power, trained by Hector Herrera. Dexter Dunn drives. 2, Town Gossip, owner-trainer Perry Smith, driver Scott Zeron. 3 is Sirius Mickey, owned by JP Racing and James Brown. Joe Putnam trains and Joey Putnam drives. 4 is Vettel, owned by Castaldo Racing Stable, TG Stable. Tyler George trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 5 is Dave and Dennis, owned by Dennis Ritz. Timothy Lane is the trainer, Tim Tetrick the driver. 6 is Shakertown, owned by John Bernard, trained by Mark Papoul with John DeLong driving. 7, Dealer's Table, owned by Pollock Racing. Jeff Culliver trains, Kyle Wilfong drives. 8, E-Mode's Desire, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Peterson. 9 is Keep Score, owned by Jeff Vogt Racing and Brian Carsey. Walter Haynes Jr. is the trainer and Marvin Luna the driver. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile, 3 minutes to post.
Just a few minutes of the 8th race here at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Emily Gaskin joined alongside Jacob Reinheimer. We're going to take a look at a very fitting race. The 8th race is the Freaky Feet Pete, one you might know a little bit about.
Yeah, this is the race everyone came out here to see tonight, right? I mean, a race very near and dear to my heart, of course, Freaky Feet Pete. Breeders' Crown champion, kind of a local legend here around these parts for quite a while here, for a few years. Like I said, very near and dear to my heart. Glad to see him get a race named after him on a Breeders' Crown night.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Very fitting that he gets a race named after him. And, of course, talking about on Breeders' Crown card, no one worked any harder on the Breeders' Crown than you. And we're going to take a look here at the 8th race, of course, setting up before Breeders' Crown races coming up in just a few races. So we're going to try to find a winner here. Right now we are looking at the 4 right now at 1-2. This is Vettel from the Tyler George barn, Trace Tetrick aboard. And this combo, of course, leading combination here at Harris Hoosier Park. This horse, a 9th place effort with an outside post in his last, draws to the inside. Trace Tetrick back aboard tonight.
Yeah, and I find it interesting the way the track's played tonight. You've wanted to be on or near the front end to get the job done tonight. And the last time this horse got the job done was back 5 back in non-owners of 5500 company, where he went right down the road with Trace Tetrick in the bike. He worked his way up to the Open 3 company. Certainly hasn't been racing bad, just finding that maybe a little bit steep. Drops all the way back down to this non-owners of 3000 level. He was tough to go against in this spot.
Yeah, very much so. Like you said, you know, maybe a little bit of a question mark as far as last few starts are concerned, but tough to go against as he's dropping down in class. A horse that I used and you did not use, but I used him for a price, and that's the 6. Taking a look here at Shakertown from the Mark P. Pool barn. This horse, 6th place effort in his last. Another one that's been bouncing around in the conditions. He was racing in against a claiming company. I think he fits nicely with this group. He can be a little tough to gauge, but he's got the speed. 50-3, just a few back. Last quarter in 27-1. This is the type of race I think sets up nicely for him, and of course you got to like that 13-1 price.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're looking for a price underneath Vettel, you can certainly look at that Shakertown route. John DeLong and Mark Poole been a good combination here all year long. Interesting note here, American Ideal sires 5 of the 9 in this race. That's pretty interesting, pretty good testament to just how good of a sire American Ideal has been, just in terms of putting out consistent racehorses. Good spot here. Shakertown, he's always looks the part. He looks like a really nice racehorse on the track. He's one that I notice week in, week out. I just couldn't quite make the case for him tonight.
We were just taking a look at Dealer's Table, another by American Ideal from one of our leading conditioners here, Jeff Cullifer. This horse, another one, certainly looks the part, but he just getting back rolling. He took a few months off. He's had, of course, 17 starts on the season, but looked like they gave him a little time to freshen up, maybe had some issues. He's had a qualifier. Looked like that was just a good acclimating start, and it was over a sloppy track in his last, so would not have to expect that they'll be a little more aggressive with him here tonight.
Yeah, if you go back to that qualifying effort, they were certainly aggressive for a morning here at Harris Hoosier Park. Got to the half in 53 and changed 3/4 in 121. Kind of walked home a little bit, as you would expect, off those fractions. But before they took the time off, he was racing that $50,000 claiming level, racing well. Shows 49 and change on the lines here. The start back, sloppy going. First start off that long layoff. I think you draw a line through that. I think Kyle Wilfong will be much more aggressive, as you said here tonight. Drop him into a comfortable spot. I like Dealer's Table a lot, especially at 6-1 on the board right now.
We're 8 races in, and of course you got to take a look at the one because he's driven by Dexter Dunn. He's had 4 winners on the program tonight already. This horse comes back to Hoosier Park after racing at Hawthorne for trainer Hector Herrera, and as we said, Dexter Dunn already red hot on the card.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you said, raced that at Hawthorne. Another one made a move up the backstretch, took command, and kind of went right down the road there. 53-4. That's a pretty suitable mile over there. Was racing here prior to that. Was racing okay, but he wasn't getting any trips like he got there at Hawthorne. Was getting kind of shuffled back, just leaving himself too much work to do. Even if you come home in 27 week after week here, it can be hard to make up ground on this quarter-mile long stretch. Gets the rail and the red-hot Dexter Dunn, who's had every horse he's driven pretty much in position tonight. Certainly got to take a look at 22-1.
And a horse that you use, I'm a big fan of the 2, and that's a Town Gossip. I really like this horse. He's a high-speed horse, but his last few starts, obviously, a bit of a question mark. Perry Smith, locals up there at Hawthorne, and he brings him back to Hoosier Park after dropping down to that Nominers of 2000 series. He gets Scott Zeron back aboard. This horse has been on the board in 9 of 18, so half of his starts. And as I said, he's a super, super speedy horse, but his last few lines have been a little bit of a question mark for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can draw a line, though, through that line 2 back. That's pretty uncharacteristic for the likes of Town Gossip. Scott Zeron, familiar with this horse, got the win with him back here on Breeders' Crown Elimination Weekend in 52-3. Pretty similar class and an inside draw. Down from 6-1 on the morning line to 9-2 on the board. That's a little short for me, but I did like him maybe underneath.
And a horse that I used that's taking a little bit of love right now at 7-1. That's Serious Mickey. Here's another one. Again, you talk about drawing a line through. He's known to make a break or two, but he's also known to have some serious speed. Loves to kick home in 26 and change. Team Putnam here. He's looking for his 3rd win on the season.
Yeah, I found it interesting that he went off stride on the lead last time. This is a horse that week in, week out, we don't see on the front end. He usually gets way towards the back. Really big son of Always Been Mickey. Can just struggle on the turns there at Hoosier Park a little bit, but they've had him forwardly placed, ends up going off stride, entering the last turn. He has all kinds of ability, can go with the best of them here at Hoosier Park, just seems to struggle to put it all together.
Right now we've got 3-5 favoritism on the 4. Taking a look here at Vettel for trainer Tyler George and driver Trace Tetrick. Jacob's going to go 4, 7, 2, 1. I'll go 4, 6, 7, and 3. Best of luck to you with your tickets.
Diamond Creek starting gate on the move now for race 8. 3-5 on Vettel. 7-2 Town Gossip. Here they come. They are up. At the inside, Street Boy starts well. Vettel moves up 2. And then Town Gossip. Dealer's Table is moving up from the outside. Then Shaker Town. Serious Mickey is next, followed by Dave and Dennis. And then it's E-Mode's Desire. And Keep Score is the early trailer. On the first turn, passing that quarter in 27-2. And Vettel has the lead now and has it by 2 lengths. Second is Street Boy. And then it's another length and a half back to third. And Town Gossip. Racing fourth is Dealer's Table. And then next, Shaker Town. Serious Mickey sixth. Seventh is Dave and Dennis with E-Mode's Desire. And Keep Score is the trailer. At the half-mile mark, by there in 55-2, the second quarter was 28 seconds. Vettel with the lead, and Street Boy is second. Dealer's Table has gone to the outside and is now moving first over with Town Gossip. Back in fifth is Serious Mickey. The cover's very loose on the outside. Then Shaker Town, another 4-length gap. Back to Keep Score, then Dave and Dennis, and E-Mode's Desire is ninth and last. Three-quarter time, 123-3, 28-1 for the third quarter, and Vettel leads. Serious Mickey on the far outside trying to move up. Street Boy trying to stay on. To the inside is Town Gossip, and then Dealer's Table. It's Vettel with the lead. Street Boy, Sirius Mickey closing down the outside. Vettel still in front. Sirius Mickey, Street Boy, and it is Vettel who holds on. Sirius Mickey was second, with Street Boy and Town Gossip 151 and 1. Number 4, Vettel posted first. Number 3, Sirius Mickey second. Number 1, Street Boy third. Number 2, Town Gossip fourth. 4-3, 1-2 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, number 4, Vettel, bred by Brecon Farms Limited of New Zealand. Castaldo Racing Stable and TG Stable, the owners. Second win for trainer Tyler George tonight, and the winning driver here is Trace Tetrick. In the winner's circle for the presentation, former Indianapolis Colt great Gary Brackett for the Indiana Center for Prevention of Child Abuse and Youth Suicide, a 2023 official Breeders' Crown charity. Race 8 results official. Vettel pays $240 for the victory in race 8. The 20-cent superfecta, $29, 66 cents. 50-cent try, $24.65. And the $2 exacta, $9. Time for race 8, 151 and 1. Street Boy third, Town Gossip fourth, Sirius Mickey second, Vettel the winner, Dave and Dennis ninth, Shakertown fifth, Dealer's Table 7th, Emode's Desire 8th, Keep Score 6th. Top down 342 195 786. Next is race 9. Race 9 is the Pompano Park, and I know the general of the Send It In Army, Gabe Pruitt, is on property tonight. Sure he enjoys seeing that race name. The 9th race is the first half of the double on races 9 and 10. First leg of the jackpot pick 6. Carry over $7,050, 14 cents. Scratch number 10, Genesis. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile in 9 minutes. In tonight's 10th race, the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old filly trot, number 8, Sugar Instead, will race with no shoes. No shoes for number 8, Sugar Instead, in the 10th race tonight.
At Cowpokes, find out why we wear the brand.
Ramona Hill takes the Hamiltonian. Atlanta takes the Hamiltonian. Atlanta wins.
Post parade for race 9, presented by Kentuckiana Farm. Number 1 is Dixie Dream, owned by 11 Star Stables. Henry Graber Jr. is the trainer. Jordan Ross, the driver. 2, Hysterical, owned by Greg Luther Racing. Trainer is Todd Luther and the driver Yannick Gingras. 3, Prosecco Princess, owned by Bottom Line Racing and Kentuckiana Racing Stable. Virgil Morgan Jr. is the trainer and Dexter Dunn the driver. 4, Dancin' by the Seaside, owned by Miller Racing Stable and Chris Gilbert. Ryan Miller trains, John DeLong drives. 5 is Sleazy Mama, owned by Engel Stable of Illinois. Tyler George trains, Trace Tetrick drives. 6, Molly's Ace, owned by Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther is the trainer and James McDonald the driver. Moving to number 8, Tara Pasta, owned by Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther is the trainer, and Ronnie Wren Jr. is the driver. 9, Lay All Your Love on Me, owned by 11 Star Stables, Frank Baldacchino and Beastie LLC. Henry Graber Jr. is the trainer, Lawayne Miller the driver. Scratch number 10. A field of 9, pacing 1 mile. First half of the double on races 9 and 10. First leg of the jackpot pick 6 on races 9 through 14. The carryover is $7,050.14. 3 minutes to post.
Horses on track here for the 9th race at Harris Hoosier Park Racing and Casino. Jacob Reinheimer thrilled to be joined up here by Chad Rosema. So we have a full field of 10 pacing mares. We've got the Pompano Park $22,500 on the line and kickoff leg of that jackpot pick 6. We have a nice little $7,000 carryover to take a shot at here. With that said, we've got 3 to 5 favoritism on number 3, Prosecco Princess. It's been a Dexter Dunn kind of night.
Spreading it around. And yeah, Prosecco Princess, not only just kind of looks good on paper in this spot here for Virgil Morgan, shipping in, getting some post relief, but then picking up Dexter Dunn on top of it just makes things good. But I'm going to stick with my local guy here in James McDonald. He's aboard an undefeated mare that Todd Luther sends out. So we know we come from a good barn. You've got obviously a mare with some talent, but there's been things that held her back. Why she didn't race at 2 or 3, who knows? So she's kind of playing some catch up here, but she's done everything right so far. She's likely to have to find a little bit more, but I'm just predicting that she is good enough to pick up speed. If they got to go 52 tonight, maybe 51 in a piece, I'm hoping that she's got that in the arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I did go with Prosecco Princess on top. I've been impressed. She's been taking on older mares. This 3-year-old daughter of Captain Treacherous finished 6th last time out, beating just a length after being shuffled all the way back to last at the top of the stretch. You see that quite a bit over there at Dayton where they kind of stack up a little bit, turning for home. Just the style of racing over there. She comes here to Hoosier Park, draws inside. Virgil Morgan coming off a really good weekend last weekend. Got a win in the open mare trotty limb with Refined, who we're going to see in the final tomorrow night. He's got Sugar Instead coming up a little bit later on in the 2-year-old filly trot. I did go with Prosecco Princess. With that said, Tyler George starting to heat up, our leading trainer here at Harris Hoosier Park. Back-to-back wins on the card. He's got a new acquisition here in number 5, Sleazy Mama. Still looking for that first win of 2023. With that said, she's already banked over $70,000.
Yeah, coming out of that, the super final here, didn't work out for her. She was, a long shot in that race. Ended up kind of packing it in late. But you know what? You put that behind her. You get, as you mentioned, a fresh start with Tyler George taking over. Just trying to kind of erase the offer, right? Get off the schneid here. I put her into the top 3. I expect to see improvement here. She's in an overall easier spot here tonight. She's got a great draw on the gate. Trace Dietrich, as you talk about, in the bike, too. So there are some things to like other than that offer. But you can argue that she is an offer for Tyler George.
Absolutely. Another horse that I really liked from the rail spot, that's number 1, Dixie Dream. Jordan Ross in the bike here for trainer Henry Graber Jr. This is one of my favorite fillies week in, week out here at Harris Hoosier Park. One of those fillies that kind of started off slow, and you could just watch her get better as she got more and more confident. She's coming off a 3rd-place effort at Dayton in non-wars of 8,000 company. Just missed after kind of getting the worst of it, getting parked first over in the middle of the half, just beating a little over a length. She finished 4th, a hard-charging 4th in that Indiana Sire Stakes Constellation. I think if you're looking for a price under Prosecco Princess, Dixie Dream's the way I went with it.
Yeah, one I definitely could have just kind of sprinkled underneath. Prosecco Princess and Molly's Ace are looking like the main pair for me, and then there's a handful I think you can kind of fill out some exotics with. She'd be one of them. I ended up using Terra Pasta, just hoping she can get some kind of a trip from out there. I know post 8's not going to be the easiest thing, but she's got some gate speed she could utilize. And again, here's one that, not only was in, some of her Ohio Cyrus stakes, but, then obviously the Jugette, although it didn't work out for her. Same with the Courageous Lady. But facing off against those Grand Circuit types, experience like that, although she didn't threaten, helps her out, I think, in positions like this.
You go with one Todd Luther trainee. Is your top selection here with Molly's Ace. He does have another one in here, that being the 2-horse Hysterical. Yannick Gingras in the bike here. She raced in that Circle City last week, drops out of Grand Circuit competition. Just found that to be a little bit too tough. Racing against likes of Roland Rosie and Queen's Reign. Yannick Gingras here up from 15 to 1 on the morning line. If you're looking maybe for a price
In harness racing, there is one event that stands above the rest.
Annihilator on the move on the outside. Annihilator, Dragon Slayer wins the Breeders' Crown. Another world record.
Where champions are born and legends are made. Tonight, the track heats up for a weekend of showdowns. With Harrah's Hoosier Park serving as host for the third time.
Outside with a short lead, down to the wire, the Breeders' Crown may have been Stay Hungry. It's a cavalry charge to the wire. Tall Dark Stranger under attack on the inside, Cattle Wash and a host of others down to the line.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
The Breeders' Crown returns to Indiana. We are live from Harrah's Hoosier Park in Anderson, Indiana. A beautiful fall night. Great way to kick off Breeders' Crown weekend. 68 degrees Fahrenheit, the race time temperature. There was a heavy wind earlier today, but that has subsided. Dry conditions, lightning fast, oval, picture perfect, as we welcome the best in the sport of harness racing over the next 2 nights. This evening, the rookies take center stage. A quartet of finals for the 2-year-olds. Close to $3 million will be up for grabs, and here's how it's going to play out over the next couple of hours. Filly Trotters to kick us off. Colt and Gelding Pacers up next, followed by the Filly Pacing counterparts. 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters will wrap things up in race number 13. Big showdown looming there between Carl and TCI, with a powerful group of 8 trying to knock those two off. It is a beautiful night as we welcome you into the Winter Circle location here, or just beside the Winter Circle at beautiful Harrah's Hoosier Park. Greg Blanchard at the desk, pleased to be joined by Jay Hochstetler, one of the local horsemen that is certainly excited for the Breeders' Crown as you look ahead to putting a starter forward again tomorrow evening. But I want to ask you, Jay, about what the atmosphere is like here locally, especially as you get closer to the Breeders' Crown, now the 3rd time it's been hosted here.
Yeah, it's definitely been a buzz around here. We're really proud to host the Breeders' Crown in the Midwest. You know, we're the only track that's really done it in recent years, and there's been a certain buzz around the track for the last couple weeks, and now with all the out-of-towners coming in, there's a big buzz towards the final night here.
Yeah, for sure. And for me, it's my first venture to Hoosier Park. I have been absolutely blown away by the world-class facility, the hospitality, and just the way things are done here for an event like this. My colleague, Mark McKelvey, is joining us now. We're going to head over to the paddock and meet him. And Mark, also your first visit. What's your first impression been?
Well, thank you very much, Greg and Jay. And well, my first impression is, look how long this stretch is. Of course, I've seen it on TV many, many times, but until you get here in person, you can't get a true appreciation for it. And as the horses come off the final turn here in tonight's 9th race, here you go. Here's your look at what they see when they come off that final bend, as it's basically a dead straightaway for the whole final quarter mile of the race. So an awesome experience here so far, and we got 4 great races coming up here tonight. Almost a little bit of an appetizer, but there really isn't any easing into these Breeders' Crown with these 4 events coming up tonight. As you mentioned, Greg, I am really looking forward to that matchup between TCI and Carl. And if you do remember, in their last meeting at the Red Mile, it was a stretch duel, only a no separated them, with TCI coming out on top. Well, we will find out if this long stretch, in fact it's 1,255 feet, becomes a big factor in that battle. Looking forward to it all night long, guys. I'll be in the paddock. I'll catch up with many of the connections.
Thank you, Mark. We were joking earlier we were going to get Mark to try and see how fast he could run the track. Didn't get to do that today. We'll see maybe tomorrow before the races start. We want to bring in the other member of our team joining us here this evening, just around the corner from here in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge, where she'll be catching up with the winning connections throughout the night. We're going to welcome in now Heather Vitale. And Heather, everybody's going to be wanting to talk to you tonight, of course, because that means they've won a Breeders' Crown. That's not easy to do, though, is it?
Absolutely not. Now, of course, the Breeders' Crown is a race that dreams are made of. Everybody wants a Breeders' Crown. And speaking from personal experience, now I've had 6 horses, family trained, that have gone into the Breeders' Crown as favorites, 6 of them. And we were fortunate enough to get one. It is not an easy race to win. Comes at the end of the year. The stars really have to align. But when they do, oh, it's so worth it. So this is how it's going to go down on my end. After the connections get their picture taken in the winner's circle, they will come here in the Diamond Creek Winter Lounge. We will celebrate a little bit more. I'll find one of the connections. We'll do an interview, and we will have a champagne toast. There is an entire champagne wall here. So if you don't know what that is, you can imagine, yeah, a wall of champagne. I cannot take credit for that idea. However, I can tell you that if you say no to champagne, you say no to life.
Yes, indeed. I couldn't agree more. And, Heather's got the right outlook on life. No one has more fun than her. And she is going to have a whale of a time there tonight because the good thing about her location, Jay, is that everyone that comes in there to talk to her is going to be in a fantastic mood.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where we all want to be. I sure hope I'm there tomorrow night. She better keep a distance from me because the champagne will be spraying if I'm in there.
Sure. Maybe just a quick thought on that, Jay. You've got Ponda Warrior back for another crack at the Breeders' Crown tomorrow night. He's here on home soil this time, and he had a big win earlier this year right here.
Yeah, I mean, he won the Dam Patch, and I really would love for the race to draw out just like the Dam Patch did, where they get a really fast half. He's able to come off the pace because he loves that long stretch, and not every horse does, but if a couple horses get some tired legs inside the last 16th, his legs won't be tired.
That's for sure. We had a chance to see him yesterday. We were over here to shoot a video with you and get to interview you. Great-looking individual. Looks like he's ready to rock tomorrow night. So we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the night. We want to hear from everybody tuning in tonight, though, as we welcome viewers from all across North America and worldwide, for that matter. We want to know who's your pick as a top driver that's going to have the most success here over the next 2 nights of racing. And we're going to give you 7 to choose from. We've picked out 7 that have wonderful lineups over the next 2 nights. These are 7 of the very best in the sport, no question about it. And you pick your driver that you're going to back this weekend. We're going to put the link to play along in the chat. Just click on the link, enter your selection with your name and your contact information, and we will be drawing from all those who have picked the winning driver at the end of our 2-night championship showcase, and the winner will receive a wonderful Breeders' Crown prize package. So we will follow that leaderboard and all of our championship finals throughout the next couple of hours this evening, and of course tomorrow night we'll have 8 championship finals as well. Time to get the show started. We'll take a first commercial break. We'll be back to set up our first Breeders' Crown championship next.
The racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
As the industry's leading sales agency, Preferred Equine's new online sales portal, Preferred Equine Online, offers the best online service available. Developed by our experienced sales team, the powerful new platform with cutting-edge technology makes buying and selling easy from the comfort of your home or office over any device. Our experienced sales team offers full customer service for buyers and sellers as it relates to the collection, distribution, and transfer of the horses offered. Sellers can enter a horse as easily as 1, 2, 3 with a searchable database while allowing comments, photos, and other documents. Buyers can view live pedigrees, past performances, and race videos. To view the sales schedule, create your account, or learn more, visit www.preferredequineonline.com or call our sales team at 914-773-7777.
His comes outside. Caviar Lettuce. They reach 3/4 and 1:22.4. Racing for a home in the Breeders' Crown Final. Perfect Sting has the lead. Southwind Gendry to the outside, and here comes JK going west, angling 3 wide with less than 1/8 of a mile to go. Perfect Sting, the streaker to the line. Southwind Gendry, JK going west, and a fast closing is Summa Cum Laude to the wire. Tied to the line may have been Perfect Sting.
Welcome back to beautiful Harrah's Hoosier Park, 7/8 mile oval in Anderson, Indiana. And tonight, for the 3rd time in the track's history, the host for the Breeders' Crown Championships. 4 of them here tonight. 2-year-olds take center stage, and the 3-year-olds and up tomorrow evening. Here's a board that I always like to put together for the Breeders' Crown, Jay, and I'll get you to kind of weigh in with your thoughts on this. We talk about year-end implications. The saying is it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, and often year-end honors do hang in the balance when you get to this point. So here are some horses that I've identified that I think would have the most to gain if they could jump up and win tonight. I think Passline, if she wins, then suddenly, you know, her seasonal record looks pretty comparable to the great Geocentric. Carl in the same boat if he could knock off TCI. MM's Dream, I think. And Twin B Joe Fresh, she's had a wonderful campaign. She's raced just maybe slightly in the shadows of Sylvia Hanover this season, and a win could really go a long way in putting her into that conversation. Conversely, I think Sylvia Hanover, TCI, Jiggy Jog, some of the names you see there, Tattoo Artist, and of course Hambo Winter Tactical Approach can lock it down. And then I think the untouchable, whether it's win, lose, draw, whatever the case, I don't think Confederate could be denied year-end honors this year. Just get your thoughts, Jay, as you look at that list. Anybody there that you think maybe should be in another category, or does that sound close?
Yeah, I think you're pretty spot on there. There's definitely a couple that are just knocking on the door that would give the voters a lot to think about if they would win tonight, and there's a couple that can shut the door on any conversation at all. And the ones you had up there are about what we can see from these races coming up this weekend.
We're going to start off with 2-year-old filly trotters here in the opening race of the night. I want to quickly give a birthday shout-out to your grandfather, and I didn't know until just before we came on air tonight that you have a pretty well-known grandfather in the industry, and especially when it comes to trotters.
Yeah, my grandfather, the late Doug Ackerman, he would be 96, and I learned a lot from him. I wish he was here for a lot more years, and I would have been able to garner a lot more. I probably wish I could have wrote a book about all the things that he had to give about horses and about life, but he's a pretty special person, and he definitely knew a thing or two about trotters.
A master horseman, no question about that. Another master horseman, one of the winningest records in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series, belongs to Tron Smedshammer. We're going to head over to the paddock. He is joined now with Mark McKelvey.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. And I'm standing by with trainer Tron Smedshammer, who sends out Chap Armbro in this upcoming 2-year-old filly trot Breeders' Crown Final. And Tron, just 4 starts, but here in her 5th start, she's in the Breeders' Crown Final. Take us through her 2-year-old season, because on paper you might look at it and think maybe something had gone wrong, but you say it was more just kind of by scheduling.
Yeah, it was actually. She had 5 baby races, so she saw the gate a little bit more than what it looks like. But yeah, it was kind of the plan, just to race her lightly throughout the summer.
Now, looking at the way she's performed pretty well in 4 starts. Is she getting better with each passing start?
Well, you would think she would, but just, especially now, this is the first time she races back in 7 or 8 days, so, she should be a little sharper, yeah.
And so she's had a good week?
Yes.
And looking at her just coming into this season, I mean, over the winter, breaking her and getting her to this point, did she always show the signs of a horse that could get to the Breeders' Crown?
Yes, I always liked her all winter, and, that's why I kind of took care of her and protect her a little bit. And it's not really even tonight. That's the big night. It's next year.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck here.
Thank you.
All right, the 2-year-old filly trot finals come. Horses will be leaving the paddock in just a couple of moments. Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you, Mark, and great to hear from Tron Smedshammer. We don't see the volume of horses from him like we used to on nights like this, but boy, when he's got one in a final, you better have a good long look, because they're going to come and they're going to be ready to compete. You know a lot about campaigning a young trotter. In fact, you've got a filly in the barn that's one of the very best in North America this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Ponda Title, she's the top Indiana bred fillies here. At the moment, she has the most money of all 2-year-old filly trotters. Now, that's likely to change after this race coming up, but she's certainly been special, and, it takes a lot to get a filly all the way to October staying sharp.
And you've had great luck with the Ponda horses as well. That's a name that we're starting to hear more and more of North American wide. Tell us a little bit about that operation.
Yeah, they're a group. They're just outside of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Ponda Acres. They have a really nice farm. They raise a very nice horse. I've had 3 that have been outstanding in Ponda Warrior, Ponda Jet, and Ponda Title. And I can't say enough about them. They've done me a lot of good, and luckily I've been able to do them a lot of good at the sales after mine do good. So it's a good relationship.
Absolutely, and I know you said yesterday when it comes to Ponda Warrior, especially, you think, and especially if he could put a Breeders' Crown title on his resume, you've definitely got some future stallion potential here in Indiana.
Absolutely. I really, he's son of Rock and Image. His dam was a very good sire stake borderline Grand Circuit mare that made over 400,000. He's got great conformation. He's got the speed. He just needs that marquee win to really cement it amongst North America that he's a player.
All right, well, we have a moment getting a good look at the horses in the paddock location here just prior to coming out onto the track for the post-parade of our first championship of the night, 2-year-old filly trot. I want to say hello to some of our viewers tuning in tonight. We've got Zach Simmons watching from South Carolina. Nancy Hubbard, good friend of the show, watching from Downers Grove, Illinois. Lisa Lazaretto, apparently a neighbor. Tuning in.
That would be my sister-in-law.
Wow, there you go. This is great. This is really a part of the show I love when we do these live streams. We get to hear from our viewers firsthand and can chat with them in real time. It's a lot of fun. How about Robert DeSara tuning in from Italy tonight? That's amazing as well. And a big welcome to everybody tuning in. We've got a lot of people watching on our various feeds tonight. Great to have you on board. Again, make sure to check the chat for that link to enter your pick tonight in our drivers contest. What a great field of 10 that we have assembled here. It's a good betting board early on as well in this final. We're looking ahead to some really marquee matchups later on tonight, but there's a good one here. When you look at the inside 3 especially, Soiree Hanover, Buy Around, Drawn Impression, they leave beside each other in the gate, and all 3 are coming in excellent form.
Absolutely. I mean, Soiree's had the longest break amongst them, which since she had the bye, winning the Jim Doherty. But you can't knock 3 wins coming off the last start, and they're all look like they're in top form. Great job by the trainers to get them here to this point.
And in terms of the Jim Doherty, I'm sure you were here that night and saw that in person. How impressive was it?
Yeah, I was actually second to her that night. So she put in a really sharp effort. She was first up. Was, not the fastest mile, but the track really wasn't set up for speed that night. And I think it's important to get a start over this track. You can kind of get a feel for how your horse is going to handle that long stretch, and she clearly handled it very well.
All right, a few more folks tuning in tonight. We've got Glenburn Farm from Southland, New Zealand. Milford Cumberland from Vancouver, British Columbia. Earlier tonight, I met Rick Uppel, the former voice of Fraser Downs out there, and he, of course, is living in Indiana now, and he'll be on the show tomorrow night for a couple of segments as well. Jordan Fry, does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, he's in the starting car there.
He's in the starting gate. He's watching and tuning in from the starting gate. How cool is that? Matt Timalilo, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Pinehurst.
That would be my second trainer.
Wow. This is incredible. And there is an incredible shot of that long, massive home stretch here. Love the track here. Look at the beautiful tarmac. They've got the cornhole games happening there, barbecues, food trucks, the giant hospitality tent there as well. This is a beautiful facility, probably second to none that I've seen in North America.
Yeah, they've done a great job. I mean, it's really impressive. We've had quite the drought this year, so to have it as green and lush as it's looking right now, you can't ask for a better looking track at the moment.
And, maybe just a thought on racing here. Now, you located here a few years back, correct?
Yeah, I moved here in 2020, right after the COVID break and everything. I moved my whole stable here and haven't looked back.
Yeah, I was going to say, for somebody that's maybe not quite as familiar with the racing scene here. What do people need to know about racing in Indiana?
It's a great program. We're only one track, so we're very unique. There's hardly any. Can't think of anybody else that's really like that. It's one 7/8 mile track, so you got to have a big track horse. But there's lots of money to be made if you got the right type of horse for it, and it's a great program with not a lot of shipping like other places do.
All right, we are just a few moments away from meeting the field for our first championship event of the night. 2-year-old filly trotters in the Breeders' Crown again, close to $3 million up for grabs here this evening. So very lucrative paydays potentially for some of these performers tonight. In fact, $700,000 on the line in our first contest equals the highest purse ever for this particular division of the Breeders' Crown. You look at some of the past history in the event, stakes record 151-4, the Great Mission Brief from back in 2014. And I think we've got enough horsepower here, Jay, that on a night like tonight where it's, I would say, almost abnormally warm for this time of year, they could certainly be in that time zone, I think.
I think you're absolutely right. When it tends to get unseasonably warm here late in the year, you tend to get a bounce in the speed. And if it sets up right to the 1/2 and 3/4, it'll definitely be knocking on that.
And what do you expect tonight versus the eliminations a week ago where we had short fields? There were some races where middle halves or horses were able to maybe steal a bit of a breather. Probably not going to happen tonight. So how different do you expect things to be?
I think you're absolutely right. You're not going to be able to get away with a cheap half tonight. Nobody's going to be falling asleep. Somebody's going to be moving early, especially from the back, because you're not. You can make up a lot of ground in that big last quarter, but if you're that far back and you got a breather on the front, you're not going to be able to get them. So you're going to have to push the envelope.
And you're hoping for that, of course, tomorrow night again as we look ahead.
100%.
The faster the fractions, the better, says Jay. Certainly tomorrow night in that open pace as we look ahead to that. But, yeah, there's a lot to look forward to here this evening. And, again, for those tuning in tonight, make sure to check out the link. We're going to keep it posted in the various chats. Again, we're on several different platforms tonight. The Breeders' Crown, YouTube and Facebook channel, COSA TV, Facebook and YouTube, and of course Harrah's Hoosier Park as well. Trotters waiting patiently. Love the body language we're seeing here in the paddock location. These are classy horses, and this is what you want to see, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. These are, you're always worried about 2-year-old trotting fillies. It might be squirrely, but these horses that make the Breeders' Crown this late in the year, they're about old pros at this stuff. Even the ones that, like Tron's horses, only got 4 starts. They tend to have figured it out by now.
And by this point on a typical night, you would have been out to warm up. You can see how the horse is behaving. Would you get a good indication at this point, whether you think the horse is likely to have their A game, or maybe you'd be concerned if the body language wasn't quite what you're used to seeing?
Yeah, I think these trainers, they've warmed them up. They know how they warm up throughout the year. So if they're similar to how they've been going through the whole year, they're going to have a good feeling. And if something seems different when you're coming down the lane, warming them up, you might be a little concerned. Or if they're shaking in the paddock, and that's unusual for them, that would maybe make your heart beat a little faster than it normally does. But for the most part, the ones that have been shown on camera, they look cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, just had a look at Drawn Impression. Now, this is a filly I know quite well from north of the border. Racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park much of the season. Comes from the high-powered Luke Blais stable owned by Determination, one of the more prominent Canadian owners, one of the most prominent owners in all of harness racing. This filly's ultra-talented. She's looked like something special all season long. Unfortunate, though, for the connections. She picked Mohawk Million Night to have an off night. She and her stablemate both made breaks going into the first turn, as did TCI. That was a wild race. You probably were watching in that night. But, whereas TCI was able to rally, come back and win it, she never really got into contention. So great to see her bounce back with an elimination win here last week.
Absolutely. I thought that Peaceful Way victory of hers was one of the most impressive miles I'd seen the whole year. And I really think there was something in the air that night on Mohawk Million, because there was great trotters that just never make breaks that seemed to have a brain fart that night. But she picked right back up where she left off after that, after the qualifiers, and I don't think we'll have that problem tonight.
Okay, as we await them coming out from our paddock location, hello going out to Roderick Brazel from Texas, Leonardo Navarro from Argentino. Again, we're going to head back down to the paddock location. Here's Mark.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. I'm standing by with trainer Lucas Wallen, who sends out Soiree Hanover, the Breeders' Crown coming up in mere moments. And Lucas, you got the bye. You got the unique situation where you didn't have to race in the elimination. So what's the time been like heading into the Final Four?
It's been great. You know, she had a good race there in Lexington, and we shipped her home to Jersey. And she had a couple of nice weeks there at home in her own paddock, and we trained her the way we always do, and she feels great.
Now, she's already had a victory here at Hoosier Park, winning the Doherty. That's what got her the automatic spot in the Breeders' Crown Final. But tell us, did she seem to like it here on that night?
Yeah, for sure. The track was great that day, and it's very good tonight as well. So no question marks.
All right, well, Lucas, best of luck here with Soiree Hanover.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we'll send back to you as we get time for the post parade.
Thank you again, Mark. Lucas Wallen, one of the young superstar trotting trainers in North America. He won the 2021 two-year-old Colt Trot in the Breeders' Crown with Rebuff, and he'll look to add a second crown title here tonight with Soiree Hanover from post position number 1, daughter of Wallner, and he was the 2016 Breeders' Crown two-year-old Colt Trot champion. And the ownership group on this one, the owners are Snowguard Incorporated from Delray Beach, Florida. They won the 2014 Open Trot with the great Commander Crow. Soiree Hanover comes in with 5 wins and 7 on the board finishes and 7 trips postward this year. And a victory tonight just may put her in the front running position for year-end honors. Tim Tetrick on board. She's 5-2.
Yeah, we have the 2 by a round from the Knoll Daily Barn. Knoll really knows how to get these horses going late in the year, especially the 2-year-olds, and this filly is no exception to that. I thought that elimination was ultra impressive. Andrew McCarthy's done it with Ramona Hill before, and they have a good shot tonight.
Drawn impression that regally bred, homebred daughter of Muscle Hill from the great Emoticon Hanover. She herself a 2-time Breeders' Crown champion. This is her first full. And drawn impression 4 for 5 coming into tonight. Louis Waugh in the driver's seat.
Number 4 is Warrawee Michelle. Okas Vonstead training and driving. He picks this one out of his barn from the number 7 horse. I thought she was the most impressive elimination winner. She did that handily on an off track. That was probably the best elimination performance I saw all weekend.
The Chapellonia will be the number 5 on post parade. Good mid-gate starting position for this filly. She's a daughter of Chapter 7, Annie Stobie, does the conditioning on this one. Dave Miller, one of the most successful drivers in the history of this particular division. He's had 3 wins prior in the 2-year-old filly trot. He'll look to make it a 4th tonight. Nice filly, 2-time winner in 7, ultra consistent. Both of her most recent losses came in narrow fashion, including a closing second-place finish in the elimination.
Number 6 is Chef Armbro from the Tron Smedgehammer Barn. He's no stranger to the Breeders' Crown. 9 titles to his name. She was pretty sharp in the elimination. The Dexter Dunn pickup in the elimination was looks like it's going to be a good combination. Daughter of Chapter 7, just like Joviality 2 years ago, could be again.
Trainer Auke Svanstead has strengthened numbers here in the field. 3 starters, including number 7, Sierra Girl. Scott Zeron in the midst of what can only be described as a dream season, and looks to add another Breeders' Crown to his resume here. She's won half of her 8 starts, hasn't missed the board, and $250,000 on her card.
The 8's going to be Sugar Instead. Might be the most unknown horse if you're not from the Midwest in this group. A daughter of Volstead from a small crop in Ohio. She was only $11,000 yearling purchase, and she's made that many times over. Regular driver Ronnie Gillespie on the bike, Virgil Morgan. 8-hole might seem like it scare people away, but she's not going to be scared of it, looks like.
And another from the powerful Svanstead stable, Senorita Palima, 3-time winner this year. Another who has not missed the board, close to $200,000 earned. Yannick Gingras, he's tied with John Campbell for the most wins in the history of the Breeders' Crown in this division with 5. Looks to make it 6 tonight.
10 is Date Night Hanover from the Marcus Melander barn. She's the glamour girl from the standard black book sale last year at $600,000. She's thrown in some pretty impressive performances, especially the Kentucky Sire Stake final. Looked like she was, a handy performance in the elimination last week. Might need a little bit more from the 10 hole, but should be able to perform tonight.
Well, we have a moment. We're just moments away from our first Breeders' Crown Championship of the night. We're going to go back over to Mark McKelvey with a little bit more insight into this 10th race.
Yes, Greg and Jay, and this is kind of insight that maybe not necessarily impacts this race that's about to happen, but could have an impact on the racing scene here in North America in the years to come. The 4 Warwie Michelle, which Jay mentioned what he thought was the most impressive elimination winner last week, is owned by San Andrea Inc. from Delray Beach, Florida. So you see that there, one of the co-owners, and might not mean much to you, but at the recent Lexington Selected Yearling Sale, had the opportunity to actually catch up with the San Andrea family. They're from Italy, and they're breeders there, and they have, I think it's safe to say, very prominent players in the Italian racing scene. And when we caught up with them at the sale, they informed us that they like to come over, sell a couple of yearlings in the U.S. and try to kind of bring what's happening in the U.S. back their way, and vice versa, trying to get a little bit of European flavor mixed with that North American blood as well, and hoping to see that might grow. They were active players, and in fact, the son of the family, of the San Andrea family, actually came over and did an internship and did a little bit of time with Diamond Creek Farm last year. So kind of nice to see that on a night like tonight, the Breeders' Crown, it's not just a North America event, it is certainly worldwide.
That's right, Mark. Harness racing really has become more of a global sport, and we're seeing that in our viewership tonight. We've got folks watching worldwide, including Italy as well. So no doubt they'll be having a close look at Warwie Michelle. One of 3 that we mentioned for August Vonstead. I don't think there's anyone more prolific in the last 8 to 10 years on the trotting side of North America than him. And here's another good example of it. He's in with 3 of the 10 finalists here, and they're not outsiders. They all have a shot.
Absolutely. Just to get 3 in is an accomplishment that few people will ever even dream of having. And any one of them really has a shot. You'd like to think that Warwie Michelle maybe has the best, but the other 2 are certainly going to be there if the trip shakes out right.
And I'm not sure, I don't know if you have any insight into this, but, in terms of when Aki's got multiple horses, how he sort of picks and chooses who's going to drive who, or how he likes to pair another catch driver with a certain horse, and the ones he decides he's going to drive himself.
Yeah, you like to think him being the trainer, he probably is either going to pick the one if they're all simple, he's probably going to pick the most talented one. But if he's got a problem child, that might be the one he picks. Here it looks like he probably picked the one with the best post and the best performance. And these type of fillies, in the Breeders' Crown, they're usually not problem children. They're usually ones that you can put in the top drivers in the world, and they're going to get along with them just fine.
For sure. We'll bring Mark McKelvey in again if he's standing by there just for his thoughts. Time to put our handicapping hats on here and try and pick a winner. I mean, that's what it's really all about at this point in time. Mark, are you going to stick with the Canadian import here, Drawn Impression? We know what she can do, or do you think the winner's going to come from somewhere else?
Geez, guys, I don't want to look like a bit of a homer here, but I am backing the 3 Drawn Impression. And I know that you saw that break in the Mohawk Million, and then she couldn't get a start until the Crown elimination, so maybe there were some question marks, but I think she answered all those questions with her performance last week. And, trainer Luke Blaze had so much success, not just in Canada, of course, but I mean in the United States. And here in Indiana, has already won a Breeders' Crown. Moticon Hanover is the dam here, so I mean just a regally bred filly. But I'm also going to keep a pretty close eye on Soiree Hanover. And right now I'm just trying to look up at the board of what we have here, but 5-2 on this filly that has done pretty much almost everything right. I mean, she's got 5 wins and 7 starts. The only times that she got beat, of course, she still finished in the top 3. I mean, one of those races, there wasn't much she could do. She trotted home 27-1 and was only able to make up a couple of spots. So I think a 3-1 would make a lot of sense here, and that's what I'll back. But a real competitive race right now, guys, seeing that 2-1 favorite on the board.
Great betting board, really deep, and I think contentious field on paper here. What a way to kick things off here tonight. What a range in yearling prices here as well. Sugar Instead, the 8, just an $11,000 yearling. She has $368,000 on her card this year. 2 doors down, Date Night Hanover. a regally bred $600,000 yearling purchase. And she's had a solid campaign herself with just over $300,000 made. She gets the White Knight Brian Sears, and boy, if anyone could find some magic from an outside post, or actually, I guess it's a trailing post here.
Trailing post,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, no, I have to catch myself there. You're right. But if anyone could weave some magic, I think it's him. He's one of the most accomplished drivers in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series.
I can't agree more. In my opinion, he's got the best hands in the business, and if you want to win a big race, put Brian Sears up.
Well, there you have it. As we get ready to go here, I'll put you on the spot just for a selection here.
I love Buy Around at 5-1. I mean, Noel Daly's no stranger to getting these trotters going, and she came from off the pace last time. Now she's got the 2-hole. I don't think she's going to be that far back this time, and at 6-1, that's a really good value.
I'm right with you. I think the price is right on Buy Around relative to the rest of the field. Based on her current form. So much good form coming in. What a talented field. What a way to kick off Breeders' Crown Night 1. And here's Michael Chamberlain standing by with the first of many Breeders' Crown calls next.
Filly Trot, co-favorites at 2-1 are Drawn Impression and Warrawee Michelle. Here they come. They are up. Date Night Hanover went off stride prior to the start. Moving out for the lead from the far outside is Senorita Palema. Sugar Instead is second, and a quick 2.5 length gap back to Warrawee Michelle. Then racing fourth is Drawn Impression. Soiree Hanover is to the inside, racing fifth. Chap Armbro is caught on the outside as they move on the turn. Buy Around is next. Then comes Chapalonia and Sierra Girl with that opening quarter up in 27-3. On the backstretch, in the lead is Senorita Palema and Yannick Gingras in front here by 1.5 lengths. Sugar Instead tracks from second, and Warrawee Michelle is in good position third. Drawn Impression another 1.5 lengths back, then Soiree Hanover. Buy Around is to the outside of Chapalonia. Chap Armbro is next and also wide. Then Sierra Girl, and a long way back to Date Night Hanover as they pass the half in 57-2. 29-4 the second quarter. Moving on to the second turn, Senorita Palema, 67-1, and has been in front every step of the way. Sugar Instead is second. Warrawee Michelle now moves to the outside and is advancing from third. Drawn Impression is also up on the outside, second over, and third over is Soiree Hanover. Chapalonia to the inside as they now move into the stretch. Sugar Instead went off stride. 3/4 up, 125-2. Senorita Palema still there by a length. Warrawee Michelle on the outside. Drawn Impression. Soiree Hanover. Here comes Warrawee Michelle now to put ahead in front past the 8th pole. Senorita Palema not going away. Trying to rally through on the inside is Chapalonia. On the far outside coming on is Soiree Hanover. Drawn Impression there too. It is a wild finish, but I do believe Warrawee Michelle might have held on. But a photo with Soiree Hanover. Those two were right together on the line. Also there were Drawn Impression and Buy Around. It was a cavalry charge finish, 153-4.
Following a trend that we saw last time that Hoosier Park hosted the Breeders' Crowns, a thrilling finish, several of them with a shot in that long 1,255-foot home stretch. And right in here, Jay, you could have went in about 5 different directions, but it was Warrawee Michelle really hanging on gamely. The question is, did she find the wire in time?
Yeah, from what I could see, I think she did. It was close, though. This does tend to favor the outside horse, but I don't think it's quite close enough to give it to the outside horse there.
Action-packed race. You had the long shot at 67-1, carving the fractions, and she hung in really tough, outraced her odds, I would say, and unfortunate that Sugar Instead, the pocket sitter, rolls off stride turning for home, kind of leaving it wide open.
Yeah, I thought that was going to get really interesting there because it looked like she was sitting pretty comfortable in the 2-hole too. The outside flow was kind of lagging more than I thought it was going to. I really thought she was in a good spot and just must have caught something in that last turn there.
And yes, we're hearing that it looks like the 4 just barely hung on. Soiree Hanover right there in the win photograph. By a round, wasn't far off. Maybe just a bit of excess cover for her. Probably the disappointment, with the trip she had was Drawn Impression. She was second over behind the eventual winner. Just a touch flat, and at this level, you just can't afford that.
Yeah, when I saw her pull, I thought she was really going to buzz him there in that last turn because they really weren't setting a hot pace to the 3/4, and she didn't really have the fire we all both thought she would.
Yeah, I mean, she's, again, right there at the end, but I'm sure the connection's slightly disappointed that she wasn't able to fire and win. But not much to choose between the top four. Thrilling opening Breeders' Crown contest here for 2023, and likely just a precursor of what is to come. What a way to kick things off here tonight. Hope you've enjoyed the first of our four. We will take a commercial break. We'll be back to catch up with the winning connections in a moment.
By now, you know the name COSA TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with hpibet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to hpibet.com to join for free today.
Okay, Svanstead had 3 starters in the Breeders' Crown Trot Final for the 2-year-old fillies. And he was on board the winner, Warrawee Michelle. Really gritty first over effort. Not easy to do, Jay, with that long home stretch staring you in the face and some real good ones on her back.
Absolutely. I said she was the most impressive in the elimination, and she backed that up tonight. Oki, it took him a while to get his first Breeders' Crown here, but he's starting to make short work of racking these up very quickly in the last 2 years.
Yeah, master horseman. There's wife Sarah as well. They are quite a team. They're hard-working. They have huge numbers of horses that they have to manage, and they always come to the races every season with a new brigade of rookie trotters, it seems. The next wave of superstars, and Warrawee Michelle certainly fits the bill. That's a second consecutive win now in this particular division. They clicked last year with Special Way, a 152 winner last season, and Warrawee Michelle not threatening the overall stakes record, but nonetheless a very impressive effort. $200,000 yearling purchase, and looks at this point like she was well worth that money.
Absolutely. I mean, she's now going to pay for herself several times over with that effort, and looks like she's going to be quite a player next year. And where do you go with the seasonal honors after this? I have no idea. Take your pick. I mean,
really up for grabs.
Yeah,
isn't it?
It might come down to the Final Four there in November.
I think you're right. Exactly. If she could kind of run the table, so to speak, and notch just one more stake race at season's end, then you have to think she'll be a big player here. Congratulating the ownership group here as well. Ake is a co-owner of this one, the Young Guns of New York, and Santa Andrea Incorporated of Florida, part of the ownership group here as well. Large group on hand celebrating in the beautiful Winter Circle location here, the Brittany Farms Winter Circle at Harrah's Hoosier, as our first championship of the night goes to Warrawee Michelle. Auke Svanstead now back-to-back, as mentioned, in this particular division. A quick moment to say hello to some of our other viewers tuning in tonight. Good friends of the show, J.D. Varnell, Mark Anderson are tuning in as well here this evening. And folks from all over North America are watching and hopefully wagering as well. Great way to kick off a pick 4 sequence here as well. And I didn't get a glance at the final odds. It looks like she was one of the favorites. I think perhaps around 2-1, 5-2 when all was said and done. And, you know, the horse we liked by around, I thought raced very well. What do you think? I thought just maybe just a little too much cover in front of her. In hindsight, if she'd have had maybe one less horse to get around in that outer flow, she could have been there in the winner's circle.
I think that could stand for her and Soiree. I mean, I know Soiree had a little bit closer, but I really thought that outer flow was going to push the envelope a little bit earlier than they did, and I think that really gave Worley Michelle an impression there, or an advantage there. Sorry. Yeah. It just didn't really develop like I thought it would, especially when the hot fractions got set early and you knew they were going to have to slow it down at some point.
Let's take a look at the pari-mutuel details for that first event of the night. Waroe Michelle, $5 to win. So sent off at 3-2 when all was said and done. Soiree Hanover by a round and drawn impression. Round out the exotics. Pretty nice mutual returns here. Again, with no heavy favorite. The exotics, playing pretty well. If you were a backer of Waroe Michelle here, you're going to get pretty well rewarded. $2 pick for concluding in that race. Popular return paid $98.40, and it also kickstarts a late pick 4 sequence here as well, a $40,000 guaranteed pool. So a lot of people are going to be moving on to leg number 2 in that particular wager. What a way to start it off here tonight. I marvel, Jay, we talked about it earlier, how in these Breeders' Crown Championships, it's uncanny how many close finishes we've seen with so many horses in with a chance to win.
Absolutely. Hollywood Hayden threw a stat at me this week. He said the last time the Breeders' Crown was here, the 2-year-old Breeders' Crowns, you could separate all 4 races by a length and a half margin of victory between all 4. So if we're going to have 3 more like this one tonight, we might challenge that record.
That's why it's so much fun. What do you think it is? Do you think it's, the horses are so evenly matched that, it's going to be difficult for anyone to really widen in the late stages because they're being chased by others? We'll get back to that in a moment. We're going to go over to Chad Rosema now in the winner's circle.
Doesn't seem to bother her. She loves to fight. That's exactly what she did tonight, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, she loves to fight, and she don't give up before I tell her that now we are done. Then she is done.
You got off the gate pretty well. You were able to settle in third, but when you saw they didn't go a whole lot in the second quarter, were you concerned at all?
Oh, I think I had a good position, and the speed was okay in the race. But she's a great horse. She can leave fast, and she's strong both mentally and physical, so she's a very good horse.
Last year, you won 3 of these, including this division with a special filly by the name of Special Way. This filly here to kick it off for you, are you anticipating having a big weekend?
Yeah, it start good, so I'm happy so far.
Is there anything better than this?
No, yeah, I love to win races, and especially big races like Breeders' Crown.
Congratulations, and keep up all the great work.
Thank you.
Åke Svanstedt, guys. Waroe Michelle in 153-4 takes the first Breeders' Crown title of the year.
Congratulations again to the Connections in our first Breeders' Crown final this evening. We're going to get right to it. Race number 11 is where we go next, and it's the freshman Colt and Gelding Pacers. And what a star-studded, talented group going to the post here. A little bit different, though, Jay, than what we saw in our first championship tonight. We've got a heavy favorite at this point. His name is Captain Albano.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought he was definitely the most impressive elimination winner, but, man, I mean, Better Is Nice was really good. Newsroom's been so sharp all year, and you got some on the outside that are definitely not going to just sit back and let this race get taken away from him.
I would concur. His current form, it is hard to go against him. There's no question about that. I remember Newsroom. I had a little stint in New Jersey earlier this summer around Meadowlands Pacetime helping out there, and that's when Newsroom first surfaced for trainer Joe Holloway and made an immediate impact, and he has been something that's looked very special this season. Storm Shadow's been kind of a late season, late blossoming colt for Doc Ian Moore and driver Bob McClure. I think they're a factor as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's hardly anybody hotter in harness racing than Doc Ian Moore right now. You can't toss any of his horses out, especially one that's rounding into form like this one is.
There's a look at them getting ready to make their way out for the post parade here. A full field of 10 in this Breeders' Crown Championship. And talk about an exciting prospective division here. Let's go back to 2020, the last time the Crown was here. The only dead heat in the history of the Crown Series happened in this division. Summa cum laude and perfect sting for trainer Joe Holloway, who's had a tremendous record here. Not sure if we can predict a dead heat, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get another one of those real tight photo finishes.
Yeah, especially after the first Crown that we saw. It looks like that's how it's going to shape out again. You're likely to get a hot first quarter, might get a little break, and the outer flow, I think, will be a little stronger in this race compared to the last one we saw.
I would agree. A colt that really closed a ton last time out. Didn't win, but had a big 25-3 final quarter, and finishing second was Legendary Hanover. This is one that myself and Mark McKelvey have seen a lot of in Ontario this season. Very talented son of Huntsville. He's looked all season long like he's one of the very best on the continent, and we'll see if he can step up and show that here tonight. Let's meet the field individually on post parade. Purse $700,000 on the line. There's newsroom for trainer Joe Holloway. Joe Holloway, the winningest trainer in the 2-year-old colt and gelding category of the Breeders' Crown. He's had 4 previous winners. Valdor Farms has clicked twice on the owner's side. Driver David Miller has clicked in 2 of the last 3. Scored the big upset, of course, last year, teaming up with Holloway when Ammo lit up the tote board.
Number 2 is our heavy favorite at the moment at 1-5, Captain Albano. Trained again by Noel Daly, who we just saw get a good piece of the last one. This colt was so impressive last week. I mean, he was under wraps from near the 3/4 pole, and if he's going to be like that again, he's going to be tough to beat. Yeah, it's been an interesting division. Different points in the year, certain colts have stepped up and looked like they might be the best in North America, and then others have come on to maybe overshadow them a little bit. So we look forward to what will be an exciting 3-year-old crop next year. But tonight, these are the 10 that we're going to be watching square off for the title this evening. Better Is Nice is number 3. Tony Alagna sends out this one, a 150-3 winner in his Crown elimination. Andy McCarthy on board. He's 7 for 10 on the season. Number 4 is Storm Shadow from the red-hot Docky and Moore barn. Bob McClure aboard. He's been rounding into form so sharp lately. He's by the Eternal Bettor's Delight. He was a well-thought-of $165,000 colt. Really gritty effort last time. Looks like he's going to be sharp again.
There's the 5 Gem Quality. This one a son of Captain Crunch. Chris Ryder trains. Dexter Dunn doing the driving. 3 wins and 7 this year, just shy of $100,000 in earnings.
6 is Boston Rocks, son of Boston Red Rocks, kind of an underrated New York sire. From the barn of the great Steve Elliott, he's no stranger to great horses, and Timmy Tetrick, he knows how to find the winner's circle in Breeders' Crowns.
There's the 7, Captain Luke Yannick Gingras, who won this division back in 2019 with Tall Dark Stranger, son of Captain Treacherous, another from the Tony Alagna barn. Alagna won this particular category in 2017 with Stay Hungry.
The 8 is Nuclear, the second one from the Joe Holloway barn. Son of Always Be Mickey, who, again, we've seen him win one with Monty Mickey in the past. This colt looked pretty sharp last week. You know, he's was a little bit off of the leaders, but he's going to have an outside post. If they have a hot post, hot lead, he might be able to come up on the end.
There's Legendary Hanover, hard-charging runner-up in his elimination a week ago. He's 6 for 10 this season. This guy's a son of the 2016 Breeders' Crown Rookie Pace winner, Huntsville.
Number 10 is Noblesville, the lone Indiana bred in the group. I'm no stranger to him. I've raced against him a lot. He's a big, beautiful colt. He has a huge engine, and if it shakes out right, you're going to know he's there. He can really likes to grit it out, and he'll sprint for home hard.
That is your field of 10. Chasing $700,000. And once again, we are going to head down to the Hoosier Park paddock. Mark McKelvey with a special guest.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. Yes, I'm standing by with trainer Tony Alagna, who sends out 2 starters here in this upcoming Breeders' Crown final. And Tony, we got to start with Better Is Nice, having a tremendous season, but a little extra sweet. You're a breeder here on this one.
Yeah, Marvin Katz and I own the mare. She actually came from your neck of the woods. She won her first lifetime start, won a gold at Mohawk in 51. She always had extremely, extremely high speed, so it's not really a shock that she's thrown this kind of horse, but, you know, we're sure glad to have him.
Well, with the way he's been racing and his performance last week, you have to just be thrilled. But looking, obviously, Captain Albano is the heavy favorite here. But what needs to happen tonight for Better is Nice to have success?
Well, I think that they need to speed, the front end needs to be strong. Last week he came off a tracking trip. Captain Albano was phenomenal last week on the front end. But somebody from the outside needs to come out of there and come after him a little bit, to set the race up for us. If that happens, we got a shot.
All right, we have to touch on Captain Luke. And here's a horse that's yet to get to the winner's circle, but been very, very close. And the kind of horse that's probably very under the radar, but continuing to pick up checks and is right there.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's still a maiden. This performance last week, he just missed getting up on the wire there, but he's been great. He spent a little time up in Canada for education. We're really high on this colt. We think his next year will be his best year, but we're really happy with the progress he's shown over the summer.
All right, Tony, well, we wish you the best of luck, and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, let's go back to you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Right now it's time to go into the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Here's Heather.
Hey guys, I have Filippo Engenben with me. And first of all, why don't we go through the owners? Why don't you talk about, there's a lot of people with Waruri Michelle that are celebrating here at the Diamond Creek Winter Lounge.
Yes, correct. It's us, Arkis Vanstead, and Young Guns with Jeff Gurel and David Stolz.
You might notice that he has a little bit of an accent. There's a big reason. He's from Italy. Wow, you just got here yesterday for this race.
Yes, that's correct. We arrived yesterday night, and we're going to leave tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we just came here for Warrior with Michelle, and it was worth it at the end.
You must have really thought you had a good chance going in tonight.
Yes, we thought, but until you don't see the line at the end, it's difficult to say. Hopes were a lot, but we are here, so happy to be here and happy that you won and everything went very well.
This is a huge deal for you because you haven't been in the business very long, right?
So in Italy, yes, but it's just a few years that we moved here in the US. This is the third year that we buy fillies in Lexington. We bought one last year and two 2 years ago. Last year we got a life. It's been a good so far.
Yeah, you are on the map. Let's hear some cheers! Woo! Congratulations! Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Heather. She's got things fired up in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. That will be the place to be here this evening. Who's going to be joining her next in a few minutes from now? We're going to find out that answer shortly, just moments away from a great tilt here, Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacer. Stakes record in this event, 149. The great Sweet Lou back in 2011, who's really making his mark now as a stallion. I think, again, we've got the talent that could threaten that kind of speed if the fraction's set up.
Absolutely. You're going to need the fractions here. That mile by Sweet Lou is really just incredible, considering all the good colts that have come through and really haven't quite been able to touch that mile. It's going to take a big effort, but if you get some hot efforts from the outside here, it might happen.
We have a huge crowd watching online tonight. Great to have you all on board. Let us know where you're tuning in from. That's something we always love to find out. Let us know who your pick for driver of the weekend is going to be. And just give us your thoughts on the night in general, maybe who you like in this upcoming contest or a little bit later on this evening. Mark McKelvey, if he's still there, we'll bring him in here in a second for his pick, but we'll let you go first, Jay. Who do you like in this spot?
I'm going to let – I know Captain Albano was so impressive last week, but so is Better is Nice. That was a huge effort. I didn't know how he'd react coming off the red clay, but he clearly likes it just as much as he did there. 7-1 is a crazy price on him given how good he raced last week.
Mark, if you're on the line, who do you go to?
Trying to stay away from getting tagged as a homer here, but I'm trying to beat Captain Albano. I mean, he is the pick in here, but I'm going to look to Storm Shadow, who has won 3 in a row, and I think it's just kind of, with each passing start, just continue to take another step forward, and he powered to victory in his elimination home in 26-1, 3 consecutive wins, a super final champ, so I'll try and take a bit of a flyer here. If you're going to find someone to beat Captain Albano, give me the 4, Storm Shadow.
Jake Newsroom, been a big fan of this guy from day one. You've got the Holloway Dave Miller factor and the Valdor Farms at play as well. Again, here's Mike Chamberlain with the call of the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace.
for the $700,000 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. 2-5 on Captain Albano. 9-2 Legendary Hanover. Here they come. And there is a recall. There is a recall.
All right, there's a twist we didn't expect. Call. You don't see that too often, Jay. What do you think happened?
Yeah, it looked like with the trailer here, you kind of get, if the one gets rank, you might have a problem with that. And it's going to kind of change things here. These colts are going to be a little more rank. They're going to be thinking they're going to race. Now you got to peel them off the car, walk around a little bit, get back settled again. Not every horse likes that.
For sure. These horses, when they turn behind the gate, they get the game face on. They are ready to roll. Having said that, I kind of like what I see here. All relatively manageable, it appears. Sometimes you're right. The odd horse can lose its mind, and the driver can get in a little bit of trouble with them. But they all kind of relaxed off the gate there, I thought, pretty impressively. What do you think?
Yeah, they peeled them off a lot quicker than a lot of them are able to peel off there. That's just hats off to good training and good drivers in the bike to be able to get them settled back down.
Well, while we have a moment, let's say hello to some more viewers tuning in tonight. How about Heather Mello watching from Bermuda? Nice place to be. Sean Burton from Lima, Ohio. Dave Erickson from Niagara Falls as well. And Mike Stelnicker joining us as well. I guess we're going to head back over now to Mark McKelvey. He's got some information for us. Mark?
Yeah, thank you very much, Greg. And standing back here just outside the paddock, basically where the horses come out onto the track. And that's where a lot of the trainers and the connections gather to watch the race on the screen and live as well. And you could hear kind of a bit of a gasp, but right away, as soon as everybody saw the one newsroom off stride, I heard multiple people quickly say, recall, that's got to be a recall. So I think it's pretty unanimous. Everyone understands exactly what did happen there and that the right call was made. But then as Jay mentioned, then you start to look at their faces and you realize, okay, how's my horse going to react to this? It was a bit of a, it's a late recall. It's almost right at the start. They're revved up. They're ready to go. So as Jay mentioned, peeling them off the gate, a little easier said than done. So I think it's safe to say there's a few anxious moments back here right now. That said, one person's face who I saw kind of drop and then maybe pop back with a little life was that of Joe Holloway with Newsroom making that break, who will now get another opportunity to go behind the gate.
Jay, there really has been no sign of this from Newsroom all season long. And I guess it would be hard to pinpoint, and he maybe won't know until after the race, until he talks to driver Dave Miller, exactly what happened.
Yeah, the one thing I can say is if you have the rail here at Hoosier, if you get him in there early, it really is tough to keep him off that gate because it is going a lot slower than it is on the outside. So if you got him a little revved up, you're wanting to take out of there, you can get kind of in a tight spot on the rail.
Where do you ideally want to be sitting in a race like this? If you could map out your perfect trip scenario here at Hoosier Park, what is it?
I really think the second over trip is the ideal scenario. As long as your first over horse is gaining ground, giving you live flow into the race, that's really the best spot. That means you didn't overuse your horse early. You're close enough where you can catch somebody where they're not going to be able to sprint away from you too hard. Anywhere farther back than that, you're going to have some luck swing your way. But there, if you got the right horse, you'll get there.
As we mentioned earlier a couple of times, the longest home stretch in harness racing. There is a passing lane. Tell us about the passing lane here.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's won me races, it's lost me races. It's such a long stretch, it seems silly to have it, but it's brought in a lot of long shots over the years, and it very well could. If a horse from the inside that isn't well thought of just sucks along and gets the right flow from the inside and likes to come up the inside, that's the other factor. You can sometimes get a horse that'll absolutely shock you to shoot slingshot off the leader from there.
And just had a look at it there. We should say, too, that the passing lane here doesn't start until probably about 2/3 of the way down the stretch.
Yeah, it hits it's right just a touch after the 7/8 pull there. It's definitely a factor, but a lot of times you just can't get started fast enough when you pop into there to catch somebody if there are really good horses in front of you.
All right, it is take two in the Breeders' Crown for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, all minding their manners at this point. Once again, here's Michael Chamberlain.
Here they come. They are up. Good beginning for Gem Quality in the center. To the inside, Captain Albano, and Legendary Hanover moves up from the outside post. Storm Shadow fourth. Newsroom is fifth, followed by Better is Nice. Noblesville from the second tier is right there. And seventh position, racing eighth, Boston Rocks. And then ninth is Captain Luke. Nuclear is the trailer, following a fast first quarter of 26 seconds. Legendary Hanover is the pace setter. Pocketed second is Gem Quality. Captain Albano next in third. After that, it's Storm Shadow with Newsroom fifth. Through on the inside is Noblesville. Then to the outside, Better is Nice. The next two are Captain Luke and Boston Rocks. The trailer is Nuclear. As the field comes to the half-mile pole, passing there in 54 and 2. Second quarter, 28 and 2. And there goes the favorite, Captain Albano, up to take the lead. Legendary Hanover now back in second. Newsroom looms on the outside third. Gem Quality is fourth. Advancing second over is Better is Nice. Then to the inside, Storm Shadow. Third over is Boston Rocks, trying to get up into it with Nuclear, Noblesville to the inside, and Captain Luke is 10th and last. Three-quarter time, 1:23. Into the stretch they come. Captain Albano now has it by 3 lengths. Legendary Hanover, Newsroom, and in between horses, Gem Quality. Trying to come through down on the pylons is Storm Shadow. Captain Albano in front. Here comes Gem Quality. Gem Quality on the outside has taken the lead for Dexter Dunn, and it is Gem Quality with a 23-1 Breeders' Crown upset. Captain Albano was second. Third was Storm Shadow. Nuclear fourth in 150 flat. And that is a new track record here at Harrah's Hoosier Park.
Our first upset of the night, Gem Quality, and some magic from Dexter Dunn, one of the winningest drivers in the Breeders' Crown Series in recent years, and works out the perfect trip with Gem Quality. And this son of Captain Crunch knew exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, that was ultra impressive and something I honestly did not see coming. He was definitely good last week, but this son of Captain Crunch, there's been some questions raised about the Captain Crunches, but I think he got the statement win from one of his sons he finally needed.
He certainly did. That is going to be a feather in his cap. And Gem Quality, speaking to the depth in this field and how much talent there was, very easy for a colt of this caliber to get overlooked, and that's what happened here. But he punishes those who didn't back him tonight to the tune of 23-1. Those who did, well rewarded. Captain Albano, another great effort, just second best tonight.
Yeah, I thought he was home free, to be honest. He looked so strong on the lead there. And credit to Gem Quality. He just absolutely exploded when Dexter asked him to, and a lot of other colts were laboring, and he was just ultra impressive tonight.
Dexter has done it again. Another Breeders' Crown victory. Time for another commercial break. We'll be back with Winner's Reaction next.
For over 25 years, Tara Hill Stud has worked with partners to help produce champion stallions. We are proud to have bred great racehorses like Fade Out, Shower Play, Precious Delight, and There's a Demon in Me. Our stallions, past and present, have had tremendous success while making a huge impact on racing across North America. Mr. Levesque, Mach 3, Cadabra, Muscle Mass, and Precious Bunny, to name a few. Our stallions' progeny have won major events, including the Hambletonian. Tara Hill Stud are currently standing 9 of the industry's top stallions. Alarm Detector, Control the Moment, Danson Lou, Flanagan Memory, Green Manalishi, He's Watching, Muscle Mass, Resolve, and Sports Writer. Our facility is modern, our staff knowledgeable. Consider Tara Hill Stud when choosing a home for your stallion. Tara Hill Stud, where champions stand and champion yearlings are raised. Log on to tarahills.com.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Ketchum Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
Gem Quality at 23-1, a 150 winner in the Breeders' Crown Championship for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. There's trainer Chris Ryder, his first win in this division. Somewhat surprising that it is his first. Surprising as well, it's the first win in this division for driver Dexter Dunn.
Yeah, two guys you just think have damn near won every division that they've been in so far, for Pacers especially. But sometimes it just takes a while. You got to have the right 2-year-old Colt, and this certainly is the one.
And the sire, Captain Crunch, a past winner in the division.
Yeah, it's there's quite a few connections here. There's some firsts, but obviously he's a first crop sire. To get his Breeders' Crown winner in his first crop is pretty impressive.
And very happy winners circle group. The ownership group on this Colt includes the Let It Ride Stables, Bottom Line Racing, Brad Grant, and the Enviro Stables. All owners that have accomplished great things in the sport, and they add a Breeders' Crown trophy to their
with a homebred to boot.
With a homebred to boot. Really a great story here. And, for those who backed the Colt, going to get very well rewarded on the tote board as well. Now, I'm not sure if the odds we're seeing there are correct or not. If there was a late shift showing 79-1 there, so we're gonna have to get clarifications. We'll find out when the prices are posted.
There we are.
There they are. So now 23-1 was the correct price. Gem Quality, $48.60 for the win. Exacta with the favorite in behind, a $1.17.40. Nice try as well at $750. Check out the 20-cent Super, $2,200 and change. Wow. Incredible payouts all the way around here. And what a wrinkle that's going to throw into that late pick for.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some boxcar numbers by the end of that here, especially if we can get one big more number across.
All right. It is a very fun winter circle festivity here happening in behind us. Chad Rosema is going to try and rustle up the winning connections here in a moment. Looks like he is standing by as the connections celebrate. We'll join Heather Vitale shortly as well, as she'll catch up with some of the folks in our Diamond Creek Winners Lounge as well. Hello to Joanne Ponteri, who's tuning in on the Breeders' Crown feed. Jackie Hauff as well. Of course, good friend Mark Anderson chiming in there as well, talking about Dexter Dunn being on fire. What's new? He's kind of made history in recent years with his meteoric rise since coming here from New Zealand, and no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the world of Dexter. He kind of got Ponda Warrior set on his way. I put him up in the Indiana Sire Stake final, and he got the win there, and it really set him off on quite a streak. So I owe a lot to him, and so do a lot of other people.
For sure. Great guy, too. Great guy and a great driver. Let's hear from the winning connections now.
Chris Ryder with me as well. Gem Quality at 23-1 takes the 2-year-old Colt Pace. Dex, first off, I mean, the recall didn't seem to affect your horse at all.
It didn't affect him at all, actually. He was really relaxed. He's a pretty intelligent horse, so a few of them were getting pretty fired up and probably washed themselves out of touch, but my guy kept us calm and was good.
Just walk me through the trip. I know you're able to get away great. Feel good where he was at the first turn?
Yeah, we had to use him a little off the gate, and it was pretty solid first quarter, but then we followed the 2 right horses, so I was really happy where I was after that, and Newsroom sort of run off and blew the turn, and we got a good gap up through the middle, and he exploded well.
I mean, it's no secret you won 5 races earlier tonight before the Breeders' Crown got into it. Do you put much stock into kind of, keeping busy and getting hot before races like this?
I mean, you always try to get hot before races like this, but we just got to try and keep it going. When you get on a roll, you just got to, sometimes it's tough, but yeah, keep it going.
Nice job.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
All right, Chris, bring you in here. We were just talking off camera. Hollywood is mentioning, you had 5 previous Breeders' Crown trophies, all with the ladies. You were the ladies' man. Yeah. Now you got yours with a Colt here. What had you thinking Gem Quality get the job done here tonight?
Well, I know it's a long shot, and maybe that was justified, but the horses always had a good speed, a really good sprint to him, even against good horses. Last week we had a hiccup, and he kind of pulled himself up coming down to the wire. But he didn't do that tonight, so gave him an easy week, and I thought he was pretty fresh, and I was really, it's not a surprise to me. No.
Were you concerned when you saw the recall, though?
Not particularly. Okay. No, I understand that people can, but not particularly, not for my horse here.
Now, how happy were you to see him get back to, kind of his form, after the Metro, just kind of rebound the way he did?
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. We thought twice about coming here. We thought, why not? And we pulled it off. So you got to be in it to win it. And that's what makes racing such a terrific business. You never know who's really going to win. Yeah.
You're right. You got to be in it to win it. You won it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Great.
All right. There's Chris Ryder, Dexter Dunn team up with Gem Quality to take the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Breeders' Crown Final.
Thank you to Chad Rosema with our Winner's Circle reaction throughout the evening. It's an all down under Winner's Circle in race number 11. Dexter Dunn guiding Gem Quality to victory for trainer Chris Ryder. The first Breeders' Crown title in that division for both of those gentlemen, and probably the first of a few that they can look forward to. Coming up, the 2-year-old filly pace final. And there's a look at the star of the division. She is quite a head turner when you see her up close. And her results have been speaking loud and clear this year. In fact, she has not tasted defeat. Can she keep the streak going tonight, Jay? We're talking, of course, about Geocentric, your 3-5 favorite tonight from Post 2.
Yeah, the name certainly fits because this division revolves around her. She's absolutely incredible. She's fun to watch. I have a hard time picking against her. She just doesn't seem like she's ever been really asked to go yet.
It's incredible. 3-5 on a filly in a race where you see a horse 2 doors down named Passline, who's won 10 of 12 this year and has close to 400,000. It's a Love Thing, 6-time winner, closing in on 400,000. My Girl EJ, as talented a filly as there is out there, and it just speaks volumes to how impressive Geocentric has been. One of those fillies that we're starting to talk about might be in that ultra special category, all-time great type fillies.
100%. It just seems like she breathes different air at the moment. She can do it on a smaller track. She can do it on a big track. It just seems like she's got all the tools you need.
All right, here is the field. Can I Get a Loop Loop is number 1 from the Ron Burke stable, a Sweet Lou filly, who's hit the Winner's Circle 3 times this year, 130,000 plus banked. Ronnie Wren Jr., one of the winningest in the sport, was scheduled to drive, but it's going to be Chris Page, another youngster that Burke has shown a lot of faith in the last couple of seasons. A big moment for him here from Post 1.
Number 2 is the one that needs no introduction, Geocentric. 9 for 9 this year, over $500,000 made. Somewhat of a bargain at $55,000 yearling purchase, and I think she's made that many times over, and from all the looks of it, she's going to make it many times over. Brian Brown's no stranger to the Breeders' Crown, especially with pacing fillies.
And Brown has another nice filly in the field here. Just next door to Geocentric is the 3 Behest. Behest is sired by Down by the Seaside, one that was also conditioned by Brian Brown. She's enjoyed a solid campaign with a couple of wins. Certainly have to step up here, but she has been improving as the season wears on. Long shot certainly in the wagering here. It's going to be Andy McCarthy driving that one from Post 3. We'll get a look at her in a moment. Apparently she's detained late. So here is Passline, the other filly with that impressive record this year.
Yeah, Passline. I mean, she's been absolutely sensational north of the border. Only 2 losses this year, and even in those, she was no slouch. Just a hair under $400,000 made for the Ron Burke stable. Was with Dave Maneri up north. Seems like she loves this track. Looked like an easy winner last week.
The aforementioned Ronnie Wren will be on board. Camerican, Post 5 starter, another for Ron Burke in the field. 2-year-old filly sired by American Ideal, 3 wins. 10 on the board finishes, 190,000 plus earned.
The 6 is It's a Love Thing, the one-eyed filly, actually. She's had a really impressive year, fighting it out in Canada. Just a hair under $400,000 made, racing against the likes of Passline. She's really going to have a strong say in this, especially with the effort she's made all year long.
Trainer Nancy Tactor has 8 Breeders' Crown trophies in her trophy case. She'll look to make it 9 here. Sends out Caviar Bell. Captain Treacherous Fillies, battling sickness a little bit of late, but what a campaign she's had, a winner in 5 of 10.
8, My Girl EJ, probably the most impressive horse I saw in the eliminations last week with that wicked 25-3 last quarter. Has the hot Dexter Dunn in the bike. You can't complain about that.
Holloway Miller team up with the 9 Blue Pacific. Saw her just a moment ago. Holloway winning this division back in 2000 with Lady McBeach. Blue Pacific at 7-1.
The 10 is Peace Talks from the other hot connection, Chris Ryder's stable. She's been really good. Looks like she loved the Red Mile. She's going to need a little bit better effort than she had in the elimination, but she's going to get some good coverage being in the second tier.
All right, and there's a look at My Girl EJ. She's the fastest 2-year-old filly in North America this year, a 149-1 record from earlier in the year in Lexington. She's trained by Ron Burke, so we're going to find out more about her now and perhaps some of his other starters in the field. He's standing by with Mark.
All right, thank you very much, guys, and I'm joined by trainer Ron Burke. I've only got a few moments here as they're rolling these Breeders' Crowns off, but Ron, with the group that you're sending out, these group of 2-year-old pacing fillies, I'd be remiss if I didn't start with Passline. I had an up-close view of her all summer long in Ontario. I'm sure you've been very impressed by what you've seen, but has she exceeded expectations?
Yeah, no, we loved her training down, but, you never think the horse is only going to get beat once or twice. She wants to win. That's her greatest attribute. She just goes and gets them.
What's it say about your operation, your stable, when you're able to send out several starters in a single event like you do here?
We're very proud of it, and proud that we bred all 4 of these, too, so we know it's a cool thing.
Well, we got to turn the page to the next final that's coming up, and, of course, TCI, having one of the best 2-year-old seasons we ever seen in harness racing. How much are you and your connections enjoying this ride?
It's unbelievable. He's the most intelligent horse I ever saw, and I can't believe that there's another one, Carl, that looks – they're very similar. They're both great horses, so it's a great field, so it's going to be an interesting race.
Now, maybe not to tip your hand here, but we saw the first show down in Lexington. How do you think this one has to go for your guy tonight?
You know what? I want David to be aggressive. If I get beat, I'd rather just get beat. I don't want to get beat because we didn't get there in time or we didn't. I'd rather just be aggressive.
All right, Ronnie, well, thanks so much for doing this, and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll go back to you.
Thanks again, Mark. Ron Burke, winningest trainer, I should say, in harness racing history, and by far the $300 million man. And, of course, has had a wonderful record as well in the Breeders' Crown. He's simply adding to the numbers every year. There's a look at his career stats. Incomparable, 14,500 plus wins, $320 million now in purses, 18 Breeders' Crown trophies to his credit, or 13, I should say, as an owner, 18 on the training side, second in both categories. So as time goes on, he's just simply adding to what are already, almost insurmountable numbers for others.
I mean, they're staggering. That's the only way to describe them. To do the operation he has is just unmatched by anybody else.
All right, time once again to join Heather Vitale with some happy connections.
Yes, actually, I've got a little girl power happening right now. I have Nicola Ryder, who is the wife of winning trainer Chris Ryder. And we want to talk about now, this is a first crop of Captain Crunch. And Chris really likes the Captain Crunches, right?
Yes, he had 3 of them training down. He liked them all. They were all good out on the track. 2 of them are racing well, and the other one we turned out, and we're hoping she'll come back well as a 3-year-old.
Now, Nicola and Chris are from New Zealand, and there's really a big entourage, like a big New Zealand group here at Breeders' Crown, because this is such a fantastic weekend. Yes! So what is this all about?
Well, I think there's 10 or 12 of them here, and down under they really follow the North American racing. It's on their televisions. Down there, it's Saturday morning, so they can watch it. And I think even like Dexter's dad probably watched the race on TV in New Zealand. So it's popular. They follow it.
It's awesome. You have a horse in this next race, right? Long shot. Peace?
Peace Talks. Yes, Peace Talks. I see she's 99-1, but she has the 10 hole, the trailing position, so she's in with a chance.
All right. Guys, back to you. We're partying it up here. I hope you're having a great time, too.
Yes, things are really heating up in the Diamond Creek Winners Lounge tonight. Congratulations to the Connections. Great to hear from the other half of Chris Ryder, a very well-spoken lady. And, just happy to be here, of course, with a win, and happy to be in this upcoming contest, although admittedly it's going to be a tall order at 99-1.
Yeah, I know she's 991, but after you just saw the last one, you think a couple people just take a shot just on the Connections alone. The trailing position can sometimes suck you up into a good position you'd never expect to be in anywhere else.
And Chris has won this division back in 2021 with the great Nikki Hill. Todd McCarthy will be in the driver's seat here. There's Geocentric at 1-5. Realistically, are there any chinks in her armor? Is there anything at all that gives you hope someone else could jump up and upset?
The only thing I could think of is if somebody really got aggressive and just kept challenging her throughout the whole mile. It would take an absolutely superior effort to overcome that, but not everybody wants to be the sacrificial lamb to challenge her the whole time.
So pass line from the Burke stable. She's been a winning machine this year, 10 for 12 on the year coming in. She was an elimination winner. And my girl, EJ, this is a highly talented filly. I think she's a big factor here for Dexter Dunn as well. There could be some fireworks in this filly pace final. Purse here, a record equaling $700,000. The stakes record in the event, 150-2. JK She's a Lady back in 2014. Again, we've got the weather and track conditions to potentially challenge that record here tonight. We're going to find out who the champion is moments from now. The starting gate rolling for the rookie filly pacers in the Breeders' Crown. Mike Chamberlain with your race call next.
2-year-old filly pacers lining up behind the Diamond Creek starting gate. Geocentric 1-2, trying to keep that perfect record intact. 9-2 on pass line. Here they come. They are off. Pass line starts well. Also moving up quickly, My Girl EJ, and Geocentric gets the third spot as Blue Pacific also moves up outside and fourth. Next comes Camerican. Can I Get a Loop Loop is next. Then Peace Talks up into seventh from the second tier. Racing next is Behest. After that comes It's a Love Thing. Caviar Bell 10th and last. Opening quarter 27 seconds. Moving on to the back stretch, and moving up on the outside is Geocentric. Here comes Geocentric, and she takes the lead. My Girl EJ second to the inside. Pass line is third. Then a length and a half to Camerican, who's got the fourth spot. After that, it's Blue Pacific. Next is Can I Get a Loop Loop? Peace Talks right behind her. Then Behest with It's a Love Thing and Caviar Bell. Half mile, 54 seconds. Consistent pace, another 27-second quarter. On to the second turn. And Geocentric and Tim Tetrick are out front. My Girl EJ is second. Pass line, Blue Pacific parked on the second turn in fourth position. Then to the inside is Camerican. Peace Talks is next as they enter the stretch. 3/4, 122-2. Geocentric blazing along in front. My Girl EJ on the outside. And here comes My Girl EJ as Dexter Dunn is sending her up to take the lead. My Girl EJ into the final eighth of a mile. Pass line. Geocentric has been defeated. It is My Girl EJ and Dexter Dunn. This is going to be a 7th win tonight for him and a second Breeders' Crown winner with My Girl EJ. Second was Pass Line. Camerican third. It's a Love Thing fourth. 149-2. That is a new stakes and track record.
A very happy Ron Burke getting congratulations there from Dave Maneri, who was the runner-up in the field, and a 1-2 finish for Burke. And, of course, Maneri, the regular trainer of Passline all summer long when racing in Canada. So Burke stealing the show here, as is driver Dexter Dunn. Just typical Dexter, right? Had the filly in the race in a perfect striking spot. And we could tell watching the field turning for home that this filly was really swelling up and was going to be heard from.
100%. I mean, you could see on the last turn, Dexter was already tipping her out. When you're already tipping her out on the turn on a horse like Geocentric, you know you're absolutely loaded with pace. And when this Dexter guy's hot, you just can't beat the guy. He's just breathes different air when he's in a mode like this.
So that is a track record. It's a stakes record, 149-2. Lowers it substantially. Takes a full second off the previous mark of 150-2. So My Girl EJ, hinting coming in that this was a filly on the rise and maybe one of the very best in North America. Another big winning credit for stallion Sweet Lou, who continues to build on his impressive resume, not only from his time on the racetrack, but now in the stallion shed. And Dexter Dunn, past winner in this division with Nikki Hill and Firestart Hanover, adds a third with My Girl EJ. Thrilling edition of the 2-year-old filly pace here. We'll have more as we return on Breeders' Crown Night 1 from Harrah's Hoosier Park.
Harness Racing Update is the sport's most comprehensive and timely news source. HRU covers the sport from all angles with news, features, photography, opinion, and analysis of racing. Also, HRU covers breeding and sales, as well as industry stories you need to know. It's all delivered by a deep, diverse, and talented team of writers and photographers. And the best news is that it's free to subscribe. Subscribe to HRU today for free at harnessracingupdate.com and see what everyone is talking about.
My Girl EJ getting it done here for Dexter Dunn. Trainer Ron Burke, who had strength and numbers in this field as well. For Burke, adding to his Breeders' Crown resume, certainly on the training and the ownership side. And now on the breeding side, this one's another homebred from their operation.
100%. This is out of Lucy's Pearl, a well-said mare who is the dam of Luce Pearlman. So this mare is just giving box office numbers to the Burke stable. You just can't say enough about her. She's knocking on Hall of Fame territory the way she's moving.
2 crown wins tonight for Dexter, but his 7th overall win here this evening as well. Having one of those dream nights in the driver's seat, kind of reminiscent of the year Dave Miller won, with no pun intended, won the Little Brown Jug, part of a 10-win day that day.
Yeah, some of these drivers, it's just when they get in a mode and they got the right horses, they just get tough to beat. I mean, the 8 hole is no joke here, but he moved her confidently, got the 2-hole trip, and when you can make speed like Dexter can, that's all it takes.
Breeders' Crown night has been an exciting one so far. We're seeing a little bit of everything. We do see a big win streak come to an end in Geocentric. Just your assessment of the race and what you think might have happened to her.
Yeah, I had seen a couple comments that she wasn't real comfortable pacing looking in the elimination. I thought, well, it's just her. She still came home 26 flat, but I kind of thought the same thing tonight. She really didn't look that comfortable coming along the backside there, and she just didn't have any go finishing.
And for Burke, it's a 1-2 finish. His pass line continues what's been an incredible campaign. The runner-up finish for her tonight is going to put her well over the $500,000 mark now in seasonal earnings. She's never missed the board, now in 13 starts, including 10 wins. So she'll be a candidate for year-end honors. Geocentric, probably still the front runner. And My Girl EJ, I'm not sure, is a Breeders' Crown win enough at this point to get her into that conversation, or would she have to maybe win one more big stake race before season's end?
I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to lean towards My Girl EJ. She's now, going to have the quite an earnings advantage here. She's going to have the fastest mark. You'd like to think maybe the Final Four race might be the one that cements it, but she did it on the biggest stage, and she's gone in all the big races. She didn't dodge any of the Grand Circuit events, so I might have with that effort, I'd have to lean towards her, really. I know the other one was undefeated, but that was all in sire stake action for the most part.
And she was already the fastest filly in North America this season coming into tonight. Now she adds not only a track record, but a stakes record in the Breeders' Crown to her resume. And you're right, the win, $350,000, her share is really going to bolster her purse earnings for the season here. So it's my girl, EJ, throwing her hat into the ring now as potential 2-year-old filly pacer of the year in North America. It has been quite a division, to say the least. There is a look at the pari-mutuel details. The Burke trainees 1-2, 940 on the win end. Gets you an exacta worth 45.20. A nice trifecta return of 355.60. And more nice returns in the superfecta wager as well. So congratulations to those who are playing along with us here tonight. There's a nice pick 4 sequence going here as well, and I think it's going to be very exciting for those that are alive going into the last leg, and what a way to cap that one off.
100%. You know, I think a lot of people probably had Geocentric singled here, so with the box office number we got the start before here, I think we're going to get a really nice payoff in the pick 4.
And those tuning in tonight, those have been playing along in our driver challenge as well. Those who picked Dexter Dunn have to be smiling at this point. Still a long way to go, though. A lot can change. A lot of time for the other guys to heat up. Let's hear from the winning connections now. Here's Chad Rosema.
Swept the top 3, and they're all with homebreds. Put that into perspective for me.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. They're not only our mares, the first 2 are our sires, you know, Sweet Lou and All Bets horses I raced myself, and that, you know, we've now turned them into sires. So it's been a great run with these guys, and you know, I think Lou clinches tonight the highest earnings by our 2-year-olds per start, which, you know, we take pride in that. Like, it's a big deal to us.
You know, talking about my girl EJ, you know, you were public about it. You were saying training down, this was your best filly. And you know what? When you talk, they listen, and I think this just solidifies it.
Yeah, no, I mean, Geocentric's a great horse. I love her, but, you know, I've said all along I wouldn't trade my filly for anybody. She's as good as anything. She's going to be an even better filly when she gets on small tracks next year, and she's just a top horse.
Talk about the others in here. Pass line, I know she's got that one real good move. Just talk about her season as a whole.
Yeah, like, you know, when she got away 3rd and the other filly got away 2nd, that made the difference today, you know, and you know, Yannick did a great job with her. David Maneri's done a wonderful job with her, and you know, all you can say about her, she wins. That filly wins. So, like, I was very happy.
You know, this is a full second off the stakes record, new stakes record, 49-2. Camerican right there as well. What can you say about that girl?
Yeah, you know, she was great, and that's a nice filly. Camille was, you know, it's her first really top horse, and Camille was a great horse. She was the best mare of the 3, you know, so that, you know, finally starting to see some, you know, some money from her as a broodmare.
Talk about your team. I mean, we know about, you know, the Weaver and the Buscemi, but all the others. I mean, just how important is it to share this with them?
Oh, my God. There's so many great owners involved with the 3 horses. You know, we have Shannon Murphy that trained the 1 year. You know, David Mary had the other mare. We had, you know, Michael Seddon had the 3rd mare. You know, they're all under the same umbrella. But, you know, I can't obviously be everywhere all the time. So I need people to do a good job when I'm not there. And they've done a wonderful job with these fillies, developing them. And then the drivers. I mean, you know, EJ's had 4 different drivers this year, and everybody's done a great job teaching her and making sure that she was ready for tonight for Dexter to finish it off.
You know, I know you're a busy man. Try and find some time to enjoy this and celebrate, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right. You know, it just worked out exactly how you would have planned it.
Yeah, well, you know, we had to use her from a wide draw, but you know, she's been in such great form, and her elimination last week was super. So, you know, I think everyone in that race would want to be following Timmy, and that was our game plan and my game plan, and we got the right trip.
Yeah, you know what? And Timmy's filly, as we know, she's awesome, and I'm sure she's going to bounce back here. But after last week and how your filly was gaining, you had to feel real confident. You had a big shot with the right trip.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I didn't know if I could beat her because Geocentric was been so awesome this year. So, but I knew I had a chance from her, you know, the way she was been racing. So, That's the way horse racing goes. If you get the right horse on the right night, and she turns up, and she certainly turned up tonight.
This has been a pretty new relationship too. You driving for Team Berg. It's working out okay, isn't it?
Yeah, one of my first big wins when I first got over here was for Ronnie. It was actually in Canada at the at Flamborough there, and he's using me a little bit here and there, so it's always good to jump on his horses.
Nice job, Dex.
Yep, thanks, Rob.
All right, Team Burke, Dexter Dunn with a double and a sweep of the 2-year-old filly Breeders' Crown. It is led by My Girl EJ as she sets a new stakes record, 149-2.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Kitchen Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. We use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us. Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
Welcome back to the paddock location at Harrah's Hoosier Park. Coming up to the finale in our quartet of Breeders' Crown Championships this evening for the 2-year-olds. And what a show they have put on for us so far here this evening. We've got really beautiful track and weather conditions tonight, and the stars are getting their chance to shine. And what a showdown we have coming up here in the finale. Have we saved the best for last? Well, perhaps when you look at Carl and TCI going head-to-head, and a great supporting cast in the field here as well. So we'll take this time to ask our viewers tuning in tonight, several of them across our various platforms, who is it going to be? Who's going to win the showdown? Will it be Carl or TCI, or is it going to be someone else knocking them both off tonight? Because we have seen some upsets. It's a night, Jay, where truly anything can happen.
100%. We've seen the best of the best, and we've seen the best get beat. Here we have the two heavyweight battles. You'd have a hard time picking against them, but as we've seen before, you can look good all year, and you can get beat tonight.
So we will get a look at the field heading out from the paddock location for the final time tonight in our Breeders' Crown coverage. And the betting board suggesting that TCI is going to be able to put an exclamation point on what has been an outstanding season to date. The stakes record in this division, 152-4, established right here at Hoosier Park in 2020. It was on a streak winning that year. The last horse to win divisional honors and capture the Breeders' Crown in this division was Chimpanzee from back in 2018. Another $700,000 purse on the line here in the final of our Breeders' Crown Championships tonight. There's Ronnie Burke, all smiles, a 1-2-3 finish in the Philly Pace final, and you've got TCI to come right back with here. It's a good time to be Ronnie Burke.
You aren't lying. You can't write it up any better than that. Finish 1-2-3 in a Breeders' Crown. People would write about that forever. That might just be a small chapter in Ronnie Burke's whole story.
Let's meet the field on Post Parade, led by Carl. Yannick Gingras teaming up here with trainer Nancy Tactor. And this one, a son of Tactical Landing, who is a good one for Team Tactor and has been making his mark in the stallion shed as well. He's a 6-time winner in 7 this year, dominated in his elimination a week ago. He's the fastest in this division as well in 2023.
The 2 is Private Access from the Luke Blay barn. Definitely a long shot on the board. He's lightly raced this year, only 25,000 made, but he was really, really impressive in that elimination, winning gate to wire. You're going to have to step it up against the 2 heavyweights, but you can't complain with his effort last week.
Okay, Swanstead will be in the driver's seat. He also trains number 3, Mr. Bluebird. He's looking for his second crown trophy this evening. He was a winner in the International Stallion Stakes at Lexington 2-back, runner-up in his elimination a week ago, and currently a long shot, though, at 53-1.
The 4 is security protected from the Melander stable. $250,000 winner this year, 4 wins. Timmy Cheetrick in the bike definitely never hurts. Wasn't quite as strong as you would hope in the elimination, but he was red hot at Red Mile. 4-hole is a really good spot here. Could have a lot to say.
Number 5 in the field, TCI for Ronnie Burke. Burke won this division back in 2015 with Southwind Frank. TCI has won 10 of his 11 starts this year, including that heroic comeback win after a break at the start of the Mohawk Million. Dave Miller, the regular pilot on board, he's your 4-5 favorite.
6 is Greenspan, son of Greenshoe. Jimmy Campbell is no stranger to pulling the upset in a Breeders' Crown. He's done it here before, stand between your toes. This colt, he looked pretty good. Had a really sharp 27-1 last quarter last week. Could be a player.
One of the hometown hopefuls, Post 7 starter Dashing Danny, trained by Jeff Cullifer, gelded son of Dover Dan, will have Kyle Wilfong in the driver's seat. This guy has won 9 of 16 on the season.
The 8 is Wild Ticket, son of Chapter 7, the second one from the Melander barn. Has a little bit of an up-and-down season this year. He's had some sharp wins on the New York Sire Stakes circuit. Only a 5th place finish last week, but Brian Sears on the bike, he knows how to create some magic.
The money man, Scott Zeron, will partner with number 9, Situationship, another from the August Vonstad stable. The son of Chapter 7, just a single win in 8 starts this year, but he's put $130,000 in the bank account.
The 10 is Muscle Fantastic, another Indiana hopeful for the home team. Robert Taylor's going to drive and train. This colt was so sharp in this super final. He'd been knocking on the door most of the year. To get that win was huge. Remember the first time the Breeders' Crown was here in Indiana, an Indiana bred won it in $50 bill.
There you go. That could be a good omen here. There is Carl. He's a colt that's really done nothing wrong this season, and we'll try and cap off this brilliant campaign with a Breeders' Crown trophy. As we give a look at some of the historical information, a little bit of the historical context of the Breeders' Crown Series. It is the defining year-end championship series in the sport of harness racing. It was started way back in 1984. First event was contested at the Red Mile. 2-year-old Colt Trot was the very first Breeders' Crown race. Since then, more than 450 events have been raced, close to $224 million in total purses awarded. There's a look at the range in purses over the years. The lowest to $200,000. It's been we've had purses of more than $1 million, and of course the fastest mile in Breeders' Crown history last year, Bulldog Hanover at Woodbine Mohawk Park, 146-4, part of his dream season. So much history in the Breeders' Crown. You and I have kind of grown up in the game during that time period. And I don't know about you, but for me, this was always the night I looked forward to the most. This is best on best in every category.
Absolutely. Being a little kid in Chicago, I have fond memories of sitting in front of the TV watching all the Breeders' Crowns finals. To see it live is even more special. Just get some incredible performances and some ones that really stick with you through all your memories.
And you guys had memories, of course, of the great Cadabra, who had a great history. We'll maybe talk more about him as well. But right now, we're going to go back over and join Mark McKelvey with another special guest.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. I'm joined by trainer Marcus Melander, who sends out 2 starters in this upcoming Breeders' Crown final. And Marcus, let's start with Security Protected. It's had a really, really good year, and maybe been overshadowed a bit by the likes of Carl and TCI, but you've got a really nice trotter here.
Yeah, he raced really well all year. You know, raced super good in Lexington. Then it was just okay last week in the elimination. My horse had a little problem with the track last week when it'd been raining. It was hard, so it's a lot better track today. So, yeah, we'll see what he can pick up.
What can you tell us about Wild Ticket?
It's the same. He raced really good all year. Raced super in Lexington, but kind of was just a little flat last week. I hope it was the track, so we'll see. Draw bad, so hopefully we can pick up a check with him.
Now, obviously, a lot of people are building this up to be a matchup between TCI and Carl. You've been in that spot where you've had the hyped horse. Not going to say it's nice to maybe have the one that's being overlooked a little bit, but is it sometimes nice not to have that same kind of pressure?
Yeah, no, that for sure. It's going to be a great race. Those two Colts are great horses. So I mean, but anything can happen. We've seen that in the previous races here tonight. So I don't feel defeated here, so we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and thanks for doing this.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll come back to you.
Thank you again, Mark. Marcus
Thanks, Mark.
Melander, still a relatively young guy, but he has made his mark in America, and he's going to be a name that we are just going to see year after year after year in the sports majors, especially for trotters, races like the Hambletonian and, of course, the Breeders' Crown. Once again, we're going to head back into our Diamond Creek Winners Lounge. Here's Heather with more special guests.
Definitely a huge party here for my girl EJ. Yes. So I have part owner and breeder. We've got Jay Novak. He is along with his wife Elizabeth as well, and they are first time Breeders' Crown winners. How's it feel?
Great, unbelievable.
Hey, true horseman here. He's watching the screen for the next race as we are doing this interview.
I'm rooting for the Burke Brigade to win this one.
Tell me about my girl EJ.
My girl EJ, we own the mare, Lucy's Pearl, named after my mother and her mother. Yeah, that's what we did. And we raced the horse, and when it was time to not race him anymore, we sold it to the Burke Brigade, and we kept a percentage, and they did tremendous with the horse.
And this filly is actually a full sister to Luz Pearlman.
Who's racing tomorrow night?
Yes. So how do you feel about Luz Pearlman racing tomorrow? Good shot?
A little shot, yeah.
Okay.
A little shot.
All right. This has been a great night. We've got one more race to go. It's so exciting, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
All right. Back to you guys.
Wow, that sounds like the place to be. We can't wait after our upcoming race here. We're hopefully going to get to go in there and join the party afterward. Quick hello to some of our viewers watching on the COSA feed tonight. Joe Ruppel from Ontario. Doc Hennessy, big Habs fans watching. Tom Welsh from Clifford. Dave Erickson, Barb Timmons Longafee as well. J.D. Vernell. Freddie McDonald, the legend. Fiddler McDonald. Tammy McEnany. Helena Berman watching from Sweden. Great to have you tuning in. Marcia Harmelink as well from Perry, Kansas. Cindy Harper, an old friend of mine from Prince Edward Island. John Webb from Sarnia, and many more. Great to have you all on board. Mark McKelvey, one final time. Give us your thoughts quickly on who your pick is here in this marquee matchup.
Yeah, you know what, Greg, I've just been really looking forward to this race. I had the pleasure of being in Lexington the first time they squared off, and it certainly lived up to the hype. And I'm sticking with TCI here. I had him on that day, and he did prevail. I know it was the slimmest of margins, but this is something special we are seeing. Potentially history-making, one of the greatest two-year-old seasons of all time, and it's nice to have that opportunity to witness some history. I'm not going to take anything away from Carl, but we did hear from Ron Burke. He wants David to be very aggressive, and he wants to see what he can do. If you're going to get beat fair and square. So I will say that the upsets come to an halt here. Let's go with TCI.
What do you think?
I'm going to second that. I really love TCI. He loved this track the first time he was here in the Peter Houghton. I thought Carl struggled a little bit at times in the race last week. His talent just was able to overcome it. TCI did not look like he struggled at all with this track the last time he was here.
All right, I'll try for the upset here. Private Access, lightly raced. Really seems like he's put it together in his last couple. Another regally bred youngster here from the Determination stable, Luke Blay, Louis Waugh. Haven't had too much luck so far this evening. We'll see if LPR can get a big Breeders' Crown win here in race number 13. It's the last of our 2-year-old quartet of championships this evening. One more time up to the voice of Harrah's Hoosier Park, Michael Chamberlain with the description.
Race 13. The Breeders' Crown 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, presented by Country Lane Standardbreds. 4-5 on TCI, 6-5 on Carl. Here they come. They are up. Security Protected started well and goes up to grab the early lead. Mr. Bluebird, there goes TCI, and TCI glides right up now and takes the lead. Security Protected second. Mr. Bluebird is third. Carl came away fourth. Private Access is next, fifth. Muscle Fantastic is into sixth. After that, it's Greenspan, then Dashing Danny with Wild Ticket and Situationship 10th and last after a first quarter of 26-4. TCI is the leader. Pocketed second is Security Protected. Carl is not going to wait. Here comes Carl up from the fourth position, now moving up to challenge TCI, and the two of them are right together. Carl goes on to take the lead. TCI back to second as the field comes to the half-mile mark in 56-1. Moving to that second turn, Carl has taken the lead. TCI is second. Security Protected, followed by Muscle Fantastic, who's up on the outside. Then Mr. Bluebird to the inside with Private Access and Greenspan. Then Dashing Danny, Wild Ticket, and Situationship. As they approach the top of the stretch, it's Carl. TCI is second. Security Protected third. Head of the stretch, headed for home. 3/4, 1:25. Carl is in front. TCI angles out, and this is what we wanted. The two fabulous freshman trotters, 1-2, coming into the final eighth of a mile. Carl is in front and pulling away. Carl now in front by 3. TCI is second, and Security Protected back in third. It is Carl who is a dominant victor tonight, winning with Yannick Gingras in 1:51-4. TCI second. Third was Security Protected. Private Access fourth. And again that time, 1:51-4. That is a stakes record and a track record.
Another powerhouse performance here in our final Breeders' Crown Championship of the night. Carl with a stakes and track record performance.
Was the matchup we were waiting for, Bob Hayden, at Carl in 51-4.
We're wondering if TCI would be able to threaten and take a run at the leader, but he was losing ground, and when you see 26-4 final quarter, we understand why.
Absolutely. Carl was just really impressive tonight. I thought he was really leaning into the head pull last week. He looked a lot straighter last week. He's not like the flashiest going thing to me because it looks like he hits a little bit, but man, just the wicked speed that he has, nobody can match it.
And all smiles, Nancy Tactor. Tactical Landing has another offspring hitting the winner's circle in a top stakes event here. Carl, what a magical season he has put together. He's now 7 for 8 and the fastest in North America this season. Certainly showing tonight or proving that that was no fluke. Interesting, the late shift in the odds too. He took the late money, the public all over him to the tune of 3-5, and they had it right. He was the best. TCI simply second best on this night.
100%. You know, he had every opportunity to beat him, but Carl's speed just could not be matched tonight. I was just really impressed to put a mile like that in tonight. It just speaks to what we have to see from him for the future and of now.
Making his way back into the Hoosier Park winners enclosure, and we will hear from the winning connections of our 13th race when we return.
The racing is fast and exciting at the picturesque Woodbine and Woodbine Mohawk Park racetracks in Ontario, Canada. Woodbine Standardbred, home of the Pepsi North America Cup, a summer classic.
Pebble Beach in Iran.
And Woodbine Thoroughbred, home of the historic King's Plate.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Full fields, exotic wagers, iconic events. Play Woodbine Thoroughbred and Woodbine Standardbred today at your favorite wagering location.
As the industry's leading sales agency, Preferred Equine's new online sales portal, Preferred Equine Online, offers the best online service available. Developed by our experienced sales team, the powerful new platform with cutting-edge technology makes buying and selling easy from the comfort of your home or office over any device. Our experienced sales team offers full customer service for buyers and sellers as it relates to the collection, distribution, and transfer of the horses offered. Sellers can enter a horse as easily as 1, 2, 3 with a searchable database while allowing comments, photos, and other documents. Buyers can view live pedigrees, past performances, and race videos. To view the sales schedule, create your account, or learn more, Visit www.preferredequineonline.com or call our sales team at 914-773-7777.
A look at Carl back in the winner's enclosure, fresh off of his stakes and track record performance of 151-4, shaving a full second off the previous stakes record of 152-4, leaving no doubt tonight that he was the best in this championship final. For Yannick Gingras, his fourth win in this particular division, he had quite a string going back in 2013. Winner with Father Patrick, came back the next year with Pinkman, and the very next season with Southwind Frank. A little bit of a gap between victories, but comes back here with Carl, and maybe the most impressive of his crown victories in this particular division. This is a division that probably holds a bit of a soft spot for you, Jay. You would have been a 13-year-old back in 2005 watching Chocolatier win for the family.
Yeah, it was the only Breeders' Crown my grandfather captured, but it was special. He loved that horse to death, and my grandfather never went to the winner's circle, but he certainly made it there that night.
For sure. And I remember him that year, or 3-year-old year, in the Hambletonian as well. He was great in the Hambletonian, with a bit of luck, very well could have been the Hambletonian champion. He was a great one for sure. And so many great Breeders' Crown memories that we all have. And for the connections of Carl, this is certainly going to be right up there. I would say one of the more impressive individual efforts we've seen in a number of years. I mean, he manhandled a very talented group.
Yeah, I mean, how often are you going to be able to just absolutely blow the doors off a 2-year-old colt that's made $1 million? And that's exactly what he did tonight. He truly cemented himself as the top colt, in my opinion.
Do you think for a colt like TCI, now tonight was start number 12. He's had some tough trips. I mean, look at the race he went in the Mohawk Million. We're not trying to make an excuse or take anything away from Carl, but maybe TCI is getting to a point in the season where he's getting a little bit tired. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely right. I've always said I really don't like pushing a 2-year-old past 12 starts. He's at his 12th start here. It's a long season, and I don't think there's been a 2-year-old in America that's put the miles in a trailer that TCI has this year.
So for all of our viewers watching tonight, let us know who you think was the most impressive of our 4 winners here this evening. And we are just getting started. Don't forget, we're going to be back with full coverage again tomorrow night, beginning at 9 o'clock. Double the fun tomorrow night, 8 championship finals for the 3-year-olds and up. There's a look at Nancy Tactor and Yannick Gingras. Not the first time, certainly won't be the last. We've seen them in the winner's circle for a major stakes race. Adding to her already impressive resume is Nancy Tactor. Of course, her father, Jimmy, his record speaks for itself. The winningest trainer in the history of the Breeders' Crown Series. And the way Nancy's going, she's probably mid-pack amongst all-time trainers now. Another few years, she's going to be a name that's going to be right up there amongst the very best.
100%. I mean, she's had some incredible horses, and it seems like every year we just get a new one in the chapter.
Absolutely. And how about Tactical Landing? A good one for the Tactor camp a few years back, and obviously passing his talent on to his offspring. He is making quite a statement on the training side, and that's no easy feat when you consider the already established sires like Chapter 7 and Walner.
100%. I really think this year Tactical Landing has cemented himself as one of the top trotting stallions in North America. He's starting to really produce some horses, and it just seems like they're coming one after another now.
And we were just starting to talk earlier, a lot about that. Of course, you had the family involvement with the great Cadabra, so did Jimmy Tactor eventually, and he of course went on to become without question the most prolific trotting stallion in Canadian history.
Yeah, he has a special place in my heart. I named him when I was just 8 years old, and when we decided to sell him to the Connections, I looked at them in my little 9-year-old voice and I said, well, you guys got a bargain. And many years later, they came up to me and said, you were right, we did get a bargain. He was an incredible racehorse, and I was so happy that I get to see his name in the pedigrees all these years later.
Yeah, and even for Canadians, we were so proud of what he could do on the world stage as a stallion. Let's hear now from the winning Connections.
You're celebrating. This is what it's all about. Yannick, let's take me through this trip here. Tell me first up, how was your horse feeling where he was settled in fourth?
Oh, he was fine in the hole, but first, before all of this, all credit to Nancy. Last week he was not the same horse I had tonight. She changed her shoes, she changed her bit, she changed a bunch of things on the horse, and she gambled and it paid off. The horse, she sent me a video of him yesterday, and he looked tremendous and had all the confidence in the world in the horse, but even more so after I saw he looked.
He made that patented move, sitting fourth, clearing to the lead. Just how powerful is he when he brushes like that?
Oh, he's just so fast. He's got gears that. In my opinion, I think he's the best horse I've ever sat behind. That's how high I think of this horse. And tonight, I thought it was unbelievable. He come 26-4 last quarter, and I was pulling on him behind the wire like I was behind the gate still. I was a winner and didn't want to do anything crazy, but he's got such abilities. I thought high of him at the beginning of the year, but you wanted to do the horse let do the talking, But right now, I can definitely call him the best 2-year-old I've ever drove.
And that's high praise. Sensational rookie season for him. Is there a certain performance that stands out to you with him?
Well, tonight, obviously, number one, it's a great performance, but he's had so many of them. He won in 51 in Lexington, 4 or 5 starts back. I thought it was really impressive, but to do it the way he did it tonight, after not having the best week last week, I think it's tremendous. It speaks volume, I think, in his ability.
How great would it be for racing if both Carl and TCI can come back just as good next year?
Oh, they will, because both trainers are great trainers. Ronnie shows that year after year his horses come back. God Foyle again came back for 12 years straight. So I know Ronnie's horse is going to come back and he'll be fine, and Nancy's going to do a great job too. So I think the battles between the two of us is definitely not over.
Well done, Yannick.
Thank you very much.
All right, Yannick Gingras for Nancy Tactor, and it is Carl winning in another stakes record of 151-4 as we cap off night one of the Breeders' Crown World Championships.
By now, you know the name COSA TV, an industry leader producing unique, high-quality digital content promoting harness racing in Ontario. Features, virtual programming, live events, and more. COSA TV has it covered. Follow our social media channels and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube page to view the latest content. And if you're looking to bet your favorite Ontario track, check out hpibet.com. COSA TV, taking Ontario racing global.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with hpibet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming, and your first bet is on us. Go to hpibet.com to join for free today.
Hi, I'm Nifty Norman. I'm a standardbred trainer based here at Kitchen Farm in Allentown, New Jersey. I have a stable of around 60 horses, and we use polyglycan pretty much exclusively on all of them.
I'm Dr. Steve Dye, a standardbred veterinarian from New Jersey, Dye Equine Vets, and primarily I do most of Richard's vet work. And we use polyglycan extensively to maintain joint health, and polyglycan is a big part of this process for us.
Bella Bellini is probably the best horse I have, and probably the best horse I've ever had. She is relatively high maintenance and has raced hard for the last 2 years. In that 2 years, she's basically won $1 million each year, and polyglycan's been a big part of keeping her sound and healthy.
Polyglycan is restricted to use by or on the order of a licensed veterinarian.
And welcome back. We are just outside the winner's circle at Harrah's Hoosier Park in Anderson, Indiana. What a night one it has been. We had the weather to really make it, comfortable and exciting, and a level playing field for the Stars to show what they can do. And boy, have they shown up in a big way.
Absolutely. We got a little bit of everything tonight. We got the star of stars in Carl. We got the upsets. It's really special when you get a little bit of everything to go along with it, and just some really great racing.
So at this point, Carl, the early favorite, safe to say, for next year's Hambletonian?
If somebody else wants to make a different argument, they're going to have to do a lot of convincing on me, because that was quite the statement tonight.
And amazing. A statement indeed, right? When you consider their body of work leading into tonight, I don't think there's any question TCI has had the best season overall. But just with that single win tonight, the way he did it, Carl, I think a statement is the right way to put it.
Absolutely. I mean, they were so close together down in Lexington, and so you really wanted to see what would happen this night, and it wasn't close tonight. It took me by surprise. I thought we were going to have another duel down to the wire, and that just wasn't in the cards.
And, of course, we now look ahead to tomorrow evening. We're going to catch up with Heather Vitale, I think, one more time in just a moment. And, in fact, I believe she is standing by with Michelle Crawford. So this is going to be fun. A couple of ladies that certainly know their way around the racetrack, and they love having a great time, and they're no strangers to celebrating big wins. So let's go over to Heather and Michelle now.
Oh my gosh, this is so much fun. So, of course, Carl raced so magnificently, swelled up like a baseball player, hitting a home run. How excited are you?
I can't even begin to tell you how excited we all are. We've had the fan club, and Al's at home, and watching on TV, and the whole Crawford Farms team. So as a breeder, it's like surreal.
And tell us about this matchup, right? Because Ava Licious actually is named for your daughter?
My daughter, yes. So we try to, relate the names to somebody. So this is actually for my sister-in-law, Carrie, who my brother calls Carl. So we needed a boy name, so we just named him Carl. And it's just he's been a dream come true. Sorry, I'm shaking.
I was going to say, she has perma smile. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. This is a breeder's crown.
I know. It just is. We did it once with Ramona as a breeder, and having it happen a second time with Carl now is just amazing. And we have all these amazing owners who bought him, and Nancy too. And, Yannick just came off and he said, wow. And you just saw it in the stretch. I was like, oh my God.
I love it. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, back to you. I hope.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
And thank you, Michelle. You could see the emotion there. I don't know about you, Jay. I'm a little bit jealous. They're in there drinking champagne and having a great time.
Absolutely. I think that's where everybody wants to be, especially after a big win like that. But some champagne does sound nice right now.
Hey, we had a lot of fun tonight, and we're only getting started. Tomorrow night is going to be incredible. There is a look at the 8 championship finals we will be covering. Starts with race 8, the mare trot. Going to wrap up with the open pace in race number 14 tomorrow evening. We will be back on the air at 9 o'clock. Jay, thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. I know you won't be able to tomorrow because you'll be focused on getting Ponda Warrior ready for that open pace. Just want to wish you the best of luck with him, and we hope for, first of all, a clean trip. We hope he gets some great racing luck, and then he can just show what he did like he did in the Dan Patch.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me tonight. It was really fun, and I hope you guys are featuring me a whole hell of a lot tomorrow night.
Fantastic. And, what a night it's been. Congratulations to the folks here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. A great facility, wonderful event, fantastic. First night of Breeders' Crown Championships for 2023. And thank you so much for joining us this evening. Don't forget, back with you tomorrow night. We do it all over again, beginning at 9 o'clock. We'll see you then here on COSA TV's coverage of the Breeders' Crown.
In harness racing, there is one event that stands above the rest.
Annihilator on the move on the outside. Annihilator, Dragon Slayer wins the Breeders' Crown. Another world record.
Where champions are born and legends are made. Tonight, the track heats up for a weekend of showdowns. With Harrah's Hoosier Park serving as host for the third time.
Outside with a short lead, down to the wire, the Breeders' Crown may have been stay hungry. It's a cavalry charge to the wire. Tall Dark Stranger under attack on the inside, Cattle Wash and a host of others down to the line.
It all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
One thing we didn't talk about earlier was Joey Putnam and Rockanola. You know, I talked to him in the paddock. I knew she was going to be racing from off the pace. That was a pretty encouraging effort, actually, I thought, the way she finished for third there. So, you know, the kind of slow road to China there, road to a million, I think she's going to be knocking that door in pretty soon. Grigoriev right now, the price is certainly right at 18 to 1.
Horse is going to be moving in the line any second now for the 14th race of division of the Freaky Feet Pete. Non-winners of 3,000 in their last four. 4 to 5 favoritism on number 5, Max Big Boy. Bob and I each have him on top. Bob going 5-3-8-7. I'm going 5-3-8-9. Best of luck to you here in the 14th.
Starting gate is rolling for race 14. 4 to 5 on Max Big Boy. 5 to 2 on Truffle Dog. Here they come. They are off. Truffle Dog started well, as did Robert's Glade Runner and Max Big Boy. Those three line right up here in the early stages. Then it's Arakache Can Dance. Rock Steady Ron next. To the outside of that, Always Andrew. Then it's Peter Dalt, Grigoriev. Why Don't You Stay is ninth and last. As they move around the first turn, they pass the opening quarter in 27 seconds. Up for the lead is Max Big Boy. Max Big Boy in front now a length. Second is Robert's Glade Runner. Truffle Dog races third. And then moving up on the outside is Always Andrew. Arakache Can Dance to the inside. And then it's Peter Dalt. Rocksteady Ron with Grigoriev 8th. Ninth and last is Why Don't You Stay. They're approaching the half-mile mark, and it is Max Big Boy in front as they put the half up in 55 and 1. Second quarter 28 and 1. Robert's Glade Runner is second. Always Andrew is on the outside of Truffle Dog, and then racing next Peter Dalt. To the inside, Arakache Can Dance. Then Grigoriev with Rocksteady Ron and Why Don't You Stay. Max Big Boy by a length and a half. Robert's Glade Runner, Always Andrew, Truffle Dog, and second over Peter Dalt as they move into the stretch. 3/4, 1:23 and 3. Max Big Boy by 2 lengths. Robert's Glade Runner is second. Truffle Dog, Always Andrew. On the outside, Peter Dalt trying to move up. It's Max Big Boy who will lead the way into the final eighth of a mile. Robert's Glade Runner trying to come through to the inside, and Truffle Dog is getting closer. It's Max Big Boy still in front. Robert's Glade Runner and Truffle Dog on the outside, Rocksteady Ron, but it will be Max Big Boy to hold on. Truffle Dog was up for second, then Robert's Glade Runner and Rocksteady Ron in 1:52. victories tonight. Trace Tetrick with 2 driving victories tonight. Number 5, Max Big Boy posted first. Number 3, Truffle Dog second. Number 4, Roberts Glade Runner third. Number 2, Rocksteady Ron fourth. 5-3-4-2 is the unofficial order of finish. Race 14 results official. Max Big Boy pays $2.40 for the victory in race 14. The $2 exacta, $7.40. 50-cent trifecta, $7.95. The 20-cent superfecta, $18.38. $2 pick six, or the 20-cent pick six rather, $840.54. The jackpot pick six carryover, $10,412.31. Time for race 14, 152. Cachet Ken Dance 7th, Rocksteady Ron 4th, Truffle Dog 2nd, Roberts Glade Runner 3rd, Max Big Boy the winner, Why Don't You Stay 8th, Peter Galt 5th, Grigoriev 6th, Always Andrew 9th, 742, 318, 569. Up next is the 15th and final race tonight. $15,000 guaranteed pool on the Hoosier High 5. A field of 11 pacing 1 mile in 12 minutes.
15th race, but here we are.
You know, I want to, like, is there somewhere they put the batteries in the back? I mean,
that's right. Just keep going.
unbelievable. I'm tired watching her do the stuff she's had to do over the last couple of days. Well done.
Yeah, and a true team effort. Night one in the books as far as the Breeders' Crown is concerned. And, again, a true team effort. Want to give a shout out to all of the team here at Harris Hoosier Park. As you know, it certainly takes a team effort to get something like this accomplished. But you know what I think is even more special is, you have a big event like this and the races show up and turn out performances like we saw tonight.
I mean, everything just came together, right? I mean, again, Mother Nature, and we'll take warm temperatures that you don't typically see at the end of October. And what did it happen to do? It resulted in a lot of real fast efforts, some track records, some stakes records, and it just puts on a show. And great news is we get to come back to more. The bad news, I probably have to go back to the hotel and re-handicap
Yes.
because after the way it played out, then you get thinking to yourself, oh, geez, I mean, did I map this out correctly?
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. And I think you also have to go back and give strong consideration to anything that Mr. Dexter Dunn is driving.
It's, you know what? It's fun to watch.
It is. And, hey,
But I'm not a driver out there, but it's fun to watch.
Exactly. I'm sure it's fun if you're doing it. If you're one of the other 9 drivers, probably not that fun. But I do got to say, you said that exact same thing. We were up here talking about the early first few races, and it says, find some trends, find how the track's playing, find those drivers that get off to a great start. And that's exactly what we saw with Dexter tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, he's going to get drives here anyway on the undercard. We just know that. But I'm sure you'd rather just keep busy, right? You don't want to really be just hanging around in the paddock waiting for the races to go. So that probably helped. But, yeah, I mean, whether he even needs help, I don't know.
Yeah, that's for sure. The 15th race here, we'll briefly talk about that. We've got a big guarantee on the Hoosier High Five Chat, a $15,000 guarantee. And like you said, we're going to try to get a winner here and parlay that right into a big card tomorrow.
Guaranteed tomorrow, 15 as well, right?
Yeah, so a couple different guarantees on the card tomorrow, so very much looking forward to that. As you said, of course, another 15-race card. We're going to come back 6 p.m. first post, and both Friday and Saturday we've got a $15,000 guarantee on this Hoosier High Five. Plenty of great wagering opportunities tomorrow. Again, first post is 6 p.m., and if tonight is any indication of how tomorrow's going to go, you're going to want to be here.
100%. Yeah, if you're not here, I mean, find a way to get out.
Yeah.
Or, you know what, tune in. There's a lot of different avenues you can go to tune in. You're not going to want to miss it with 8 of those races. And especially, you know what, I'm sure there were some that looked at the 2-day program and said, I can see it being chalky. Well, tonight might have changed your mind, and now you're thinking, well, tomorrow maybe we got some prices
That's
we
right.
got to be fishing for.
Find some prices. And, of course, you can try to find a price right here in this evening's 5th race. We've got 15th race, rather. We've got 6-5 favoritism on the 11. That's Mole of Kintyre from the Tyler George Trace Teacher combination here. This horse has been a dominant winner since joining the Tyler George barn.
And I'm confident he's the best horse in here. The only thing that might just kind of hamper him is the fact that he's from the second tier. Is there someone in front of him that can get him off to a decent start, because he likes to be involved early on? I think he'll have a chance to maybe, an odds-on alpha male perhaps. Not sure what the second tier rule is here when you have 2 of them. I mean, does the 10 have the choice between the 1 and 2?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then the 11's got 3 or 4. So if that's the case, I think that sets up well, because I don't see, the 2 Magnificent Mark can leave a little bit in there, but not so sure that he will. Rocket Pulse doesn't really show a whole lot of speed, so Mull of Kintyre, as long as he can get away, I'm going to say top 5 early on. I think he's obviously got a great shot at making it 5 in a row.
That's right. Right now at 7-5. So again, we talk about it. $15,000 guarantee coming up right here in this evening's 15th race. Of course, want to thank you for joining us for the incredible night 1 of Breeders' Crown 2023. And of course, on behalf of everyone here at Harris Hoosier Park, thank you for joining us. And of course, invite you back out tomorrow for 15 great races.
tonight. The post parade will begin with number 2, Magnificent Mark, owner trainer Jacob Fox, driver Todd McCarthy. Number 3, Odds On Alpha Male, owned by Lucky Labels Stable. Charles Stewart is the trainer, John DeLong the driver. Number 4 is Fox Valley Samson, owned by Angela Nicole Stewart and Michael Fawcett. Charles Stewart trains, Kyle Wilfong drives. 5, Gamblin' Mo, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Peterson. 6, Golfaxi, owner-trainer Perry Smith, the driver Marvin Luna. 7, Star Commander, owned by Tipperary Horse Blankets, Ryan Frere, Richard, and Andrew Smith. Ronnie Roberts trains, Joey Putnam drives. 8, The Candyman Can, owned by Eric Privos, trained by Ryan Bellamy with David Miller. 9, Commentariat, owned by Michelle Garcia, the trainer Hector Herrera, the driver is Jordan Ross. 10, Park Lane Knight, owner-trainer Jacob Fox, the driver Louis Wag. 11, Mull of Kintyre, owned by Castaldo Racing Stable, TG Stable, Tyler George the trainer, Trace Dietrich the driver. $15,000 guarantee on the Hoosier High Five, a field of 11 pacing 1 mile, post time coming up. outside that is Fox Valley Samson. Next is Gulfaxi with Park Lane Knight and Star Commander, the next two. Down on the inside is Rockin' Pulse. Wide moving on to the turn is the Candyman Can, caught 3 deep out there, and Commentariat trails the field. Opening quarter 26 and 4. They move on to the back stretch, and Gamblin' Mo has streaked away to a 2.5 length lead. Odds on Alpha Male is second, and Magnificent Mark third. Mull of Kintyre is fourth. After that comes Fox Valley Samson. Moving next is Gulfaxi, and then it's another 2 lengths back to the Candyman Can with Park Lane Knight. Next comes Rockin' Pulse, Star Commander, and then Commentariat. 54 and 1 for the half. Onto the second turn they go. Gamblin' Mo with the lead. Here comes Mull of Kintyre, who's moving up on the outside of Odds on Alpha Male. Magnificent Mark is next. Then Fox Valley Samson. Gulfaxi is racing sixth. 2 further lengths back to the Candyman Can, and then another 3 back to Rockin' Pulse as the field approaches the top of the stretch. Gamblin' Mo, Mull of Kintyre, Odds on Alpha Male right there, 3/4, 122. Mull of Kintyre on the outside now comes on to take the lead. Gamblin' Mo trying to stay on. Odds on Alpha Male at the inside. Also trying to close down the outside, Fox Valley Samson and Gulfaxi. It's Mull of Kintyre with the lead. Odds on Alpha Male, Gamblin' Mo, Fox Valley Samson. It's going to be Mull of Kintyre to win, and win by 5. Fox Valley Samson finishes second. Then it was Gamblin' Mo and Odds on Alpha Male with Gulfaxi, 149 and 3. Number 11, Mull of Kintyre posted first. Number 4, Fox Valley Samson second. Number 5, Gamblin' Mo third. Number 3, Odds on Alpha Male fourth. Number 6, Gulfaxi fifth. 11-4, 5-3-6 is the unofficial order of finish. Returning to the winner's circle, number 11, Mull of Kintyre, setting a lifetime mark of 149 and 3 tonight. 5th consecutive win at Harrah's Hoosier Park for this 4-year-old gelding, owned by Castaldo Racing Stable and TG Stable. 4th training victory for Tyler George. 3rd driving victory for Trace Dietrich tonight. $31.15. $2 pick 3, $11. $2 pick 4, $71.60. 50-cent pick 5, $1,002.40. The 20-cent Hoosier High 5, $287.30 for the 11-4-5-3-6 combination. Time for race 15, 149 and 3. Rockin' Pulse 7th. Magnificent Mark 6th. Odds on Alpha Male 4th. Fox Valley Samson 2nd. Gamblin' Mo 3rd. Gulf Axie 5th. Star Commander 9th. The Candyman Can 8th. Commentary at 10th. Park Lane Knight 11th. Mull of Kintyre the winner. 7-6-4, 2-3-5, 9-8-10, 11-1. That concludes the evening of live racing tonight here at Harrah's Hoosier Park. We do remind you our casino remains open, and you can continue your Friday evening with us there. Be sure to be back again tomorrow as the 2023 Breeders' Crown continues.